our colleagues and partners in the fight for life. Today, we meet at a moment of unprecedented urgency when three genocides are unfolding at once, each claiming countless lives before the world's eyes. In Gaza, Israel now threatens a total military occupation and mass forced displacement on a population that's already starved, devastated. This is Israel's final phase of the genocide it's perpetrating against the Palestinian people in Gaza. In Sudan, millions are caught in relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing and famine, with villages burned, families scattered, and civilians slaughtered while aid is blocked. In Congo, sexual violence is used as a weapon of war. Communities are massacred, and displacement on a massive scale leaves entire province in ruin. These are not isolated tragedies. They are the same crime, genocide, repeating across borders and cultures because the perpetrators know the world will not stop them. As the international and medical community, we must speak with one voice. Enough is enough. We call on the United Nations and all member states to act now, to deploy protective forces to protect civilians, open all crossings for unlimited humanitarian aid, and hold perpetrators and their backers to account. We call on the United States administration and President Trump to end America's complicity, to stop funding and arming war criminals, and to impose sanctions, boycotts, and embargoes instead of sending bombs. This must stop now, and we know it can be stopped today with one phone call. So no more lies, no more excuses, no more giving time to the war criminals to murder and to starve more babies and children on our watch and with our money. As healthcare workers, our oath demands must be clear. Our voices are strong against the mass killing and forced starvation and genocide wherever it is. The taxes and resources of the American people must never be again used to murder children, bomb hospitals, and starve millions. We are here today not just to speak, but to mobilize, because silence is complicity. The children and the babies are waiting, and action is the only cure for genocide. So thank you. We're going to start first with our colleagues and partners and friends from Gaza. We have a great list of speakers today that are going to speak about all these genocides. We're going to hear first from Gaza because of the time difference. It's late there in Gaza, and also because their connection is unpredictable, and we try to start with them before they lose their connection. Then we're going to hear from Dr. Ibrahim Bani, who is a doctor, a humanitarian, and an expert on human rights and humanitarian work. He's going to talk about the problem of starvation and the situation both in Gaza and Sudan. We also have colleagues from the UK, Dr. Ismail and Dr. Huda will talk more about the issue of starvation, the refeeding syndrome, and also about the medical role in cases of genocide. Dr. Huda will talk also about the plight of renal patients and dialysis patients. We have our colleague Lisa Hortes will talk about breastfeeding and the difficulties that breastfeeding mothers in Gaza are going through, and some suggestions and advices for those mothers to help them through these impossible circumstances. We also have our friend Khadija. She's an activist from Congo. We need to hear more about what's happening in Congo. We're happy to have her. We have been trying the hardest the last year or so to try to have, to amplify the voice of the victims on Congo. We got lucky to have Khadija, and some of her colleagues also might join, if not this week, the coming weeks, but it is a good start. But for the sake of time, let's gonna proceed. I'm gonna open the space for our partner Munder. Munder is speaking to us from Gaza City. He is there by the Gaza port. We are talking about partnering with two small pharmacies that are present there to provide free medications for the people who need them and cannot afford them. We are also in the process of opening a Doctors Against Genocide medical point there. Munder is working on this, and I think he bought already some of the supplies. So hopefully within a few days that should be up and running. We also want to ask him about what's happening now. We need an update from him. How are the people doing? What's happening from Munder? Munder, are you there? Munder, unmute
You're
yourself.
muted منذر. شغل الميكروفون منذر.
I think his connection is weak. Do you hear us?
I'm here. السلام
Yeah.
عليكم.
أهلا منذر، كيف حالك?
والله تمام الحمد لله.
So we are here to hear from you, Mundir. Tell us what's happening, how's the situation there, what the people are doing, what are the implications of the new threats from the Israeli government to fully,
We are still under attack. We
Yeah.
are still under genocide,
Okay.
and we are waiting for any update or any change from the political situation. But Alhamdulillah, the most important thing so far for the last 2 or 3 days that we have some humanitarian tracks and trader tracks allowing the food to come to Gaza. We have, you can see me that these days we have a lot of sugar coming to Gaza with, I can say, reasonable price. Flour, I'm talking about wheat flour. It is available in Gaza market, and I can say everybody in Gaza got bread these days. They promise tomorrow, Monday, they will allow the chicken and the vegetables, fruit will allow to be in Gaza also. So that is the latest changes. And the most important thing, as you know, that I'm living in near to Gaza port, and I can see the tracks that coming every single day to Gaza, which is acceptable these days, as I'm monitoring, and my son Faraj, he's sometimes counting how many trucks come to Gaza. I can say more than 50 every single day. The one that coming from Zakim area mostly are humanitarian aid. So they have wheat flour, 25 kilo bag and 50 kilo bag. And there have also some cans. So this make the situation in terms of food is more flexible. I can say we can find food in Gaza, but the problem, we don't have money to buy that food, because most of the food also they coming for traders. For they approve 70 traders to
Please,
allow.
Munder, can you clarify? Are people getting free food? Are people getting free aid, or it's
Not
just
really. Not
so?
the people who is still going to Zakim border or Zakim checkpoint to get, or خلينا نحكيها بالعربي، يعني الناس اللي still the humanitarian tracks they can get it for free, but they risk their life to get 25 kilo of wheat flour. So I can confirm and more clear, these days we have very little injuries compared last week. Last week, one day we can get 100 to 150 people killed because they are trying to get a humanitarian aid. But for today or for yesterday or the day before, we have less than 50. Less than 50, because sometimes I go to a Shifa hospital, it's very near to me also, and this is considered one of the main hospital in Gaza. So I can say that the doctors are not fully working because they don't have a lot of debt compared to last week or to compare to the previous weeks. The previous week, we registered every single day not less than 100 to 150 people are killed. So that is the changes that we have. They change this this way because maybe there is international pressure that you must allow the food to come to Gaza, and the hungry people pictures that coming from Gaza that make problems on the media, and that's the reason why they allow the food to come to Gaza. So I can confirm we have some food, but not all of it for free. We have to pay, but I can confirm that is available in the market. If I can go here in where I'm staying near Almina market, we have a big market here. There is sugar, and I want to give you an example about sugar. Sugar price decrease from 500 in Israeli shekel per kilo. Today, I can get it for only 25 shekel. So I'm not good in calculation, but it is really big difference between the price last week and today price. Can you imagine from 500 to only 25 shekel? That's in terms also for the wheat flour is almost the same. For cooking oil, also the same. But I'm not, I can say that we are still have so many problems. We still have so many people are hungry. We are still people, they have so many people, they don't have any food yet because they are unable to reach the food, or they are unable to buy the food. So, but so far is better than the previous week. I can say, for example, if I have a family, the families give to each other. In our culture in Gaza, we support each other. Even we are little bit aggressive sometimes on the track to get the food, but in the same time in Gaza culture, we give each other. We can't sleep and we see our neighbor are hungry or something like that. So that is the latest situation from Gaza, my brother.
So if I want to sum it up, what you're saying is some aid got in, but it's mostly some food got in, but it's mostly to the commercial sector. So there
Yeah.
is some food in the market, which
Yeah,
is
there
making
is some
the
food,
situation a
especially
little, yeah, which is making the situation. Let me
especially
finish.
for
Let me finish, Mundir. Hello?
especially for the cheese. We have so many cheese nowadays that the children getting cheese in the early morning and in the evening time. So I can confirm that there is so many cheese in Gaza with a reasonable price, affordable one. So
But do the
that
people
is
have
the
money to
update.
afford it? Do people have money to buy it?
Not all of us have money. The
Okay, so
people,
you're talking about people who have money are able to get it, but the people who don't have money, who have been under genocide for 2 years, they are still struggling.
Mhm. That's
Okay.
right. That's right, my
So,
brother. They
and no
can't
one,
afford
no
to
one is
buy it.
giving people
So,
free food, yeah?
but I can say in terms of food, is better than the previous week. These days, we can find plenty of food coming, still coming. There's not all of it coming yet, but I can say more food are coming to Gaza, more trucks, and the prices is getting down. Even the percentage when we want to withdraw the money, it is getting down these days.
Okay.
We
And
don't have any money.
how about the threat of a full occupation on Gaza and displacing everyone? So are they just allowing some food in to buy time and to buy international legitimacy to proceed with their second phase, or what are you interpreting this? They allowed some food, mostly to the commercial sector that most people cannot afford, and
That's right.
only to buy them some time to proceed with their second phase, which is a full occupation and displacement, because all the million people in the Gaza city, according to their plan, are at the risk of being displaced. So whatever little food got in is not going to be that much of a help if everyone is going to be moved down south in the next week or two.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, my brother. In terms of Gaza, Israel already occupied 77% of Gaza land. So now most of the people left their village or their place and coming to Gaza port and near to Al Mawasi in Khan Yunis. That is where most people are. And for example, for the people who left north of Gaza and the people who left in Al-Shaja'iyya and came to Gaza, near to Gaza port, most of them are, when they came here, they don't have anything. So they just started their life from zero, with no money, with no work. They don't have any work. They lost their work. They lost their house. They lost their they don't have anything to do. They're just waiting for any update or for any miracle to happen to change the situation.
So what you're saying is the only way for people to get through food is still to go to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or the death traps. That's the only place that has
Yeah,
free food, but you're risking your life. Otherwise,
that's
you have
right.
to come up with money to buy from the market. There is some
That's right.
available in the market. The prices did drop a little, but still you have to pay money. So people
We
who
have
don't
to
have
pay money.
money, people who don't have money still have
That,
no access to food, or they still have to risk their lives to go to the American death trap complex, the GHF. Okay.
these days I can say and confirm that 100 trucks that coming to Gaza is not enough. We need at least 600 trucks to for food. That's in terms of food. We need 600 trucks. But I can say we, as a Palestinian who's living in Gaza, we have some change. We have some change in
Some
terms of
improvement.
food that they allow, but that's not enough. That's really not enough because, as I mentioned, we have to buy this food
Yeah.
by our money. And most of the people, they don't have money to buy it.
Munzer, do you have any idea about the medical supplies and medications? Are they getting in to the hospitals?
Only 3 or 4 trucks coming to Gaza with a medical humanitarian aid.
Okay.
And that's not
And
enough
do you know?
because we recently, or for the last 2 weeks, we have, as I mentioned all the time, that 100 to 150 every single day. We're losing people 100 to 150 every day. They are innocent civilian people. They are just trying to get a humanitarian food, and that's okay. That's not okay actually for us to lose every day 100 to 150. But in the same time, we are losing we have injured more than 500 people in Gaza. So these injured people, they don't have any medication for in the hospital. So that make the situation more miserable, more complex for the doctors, because even we don't have any beds to in the hospital, empty one. So that's the situation in general in terms of medical situation. Our hospitals still full, but compared to 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, is different. I can say is different, and I can confirm that is what is going on in Gaza. Maybe there we have some changes, and we really don't know as a Palestinian whether we will get a ceasefire later on or they will occupy the whole of Gaza in the upcoming days. We're just waiting for the news, and hopefully we will get a ceasefire and stop the genocide as soon as possible. That is our request.
I just got
Munzer,
I just got an update from
one quick question.
تفضل يا إكرام. Okay.
Go ahead. I just want to ask Munzer if the formula for children arrived for babies.
That's right. Yeah, it's arrived, but that's not enough because we have so many new babies that in need. And the formula, most of the baby formulas is stalling by some people. And that is, we have to buy it from the market for their children. Some of them, yes, but mostly we have to buy it from the Gaza market. As you know, I'm very honest in this point. In Gaza, we don't have any police or any rules we have to follow. So everything is mixing. If anybody want to take to organize the tracks, they're gonna bomb him. So many people they're trying to organize the humanitarian tracks that have baby formula or medicine or humanitarian aid, but unfortunately they bombed that humanitarian, the people who is organizing the tracks that coming into Gaza.
Wow.
Yeah, Munder, I just got a message from Dr. Salkawi, and he's apologizing for not being able to attend because they just received a mass casualty incident at Al Nasser Hospital with more than 100 people injured, many murdered, severe injuries. The whole hospital now is in emergency mode.
Yeah.
And those people got attacked by the trucks that you said, the aid trucks that are coming in. And most of the injuries are these trucks are actually running over people. Of course, you know, when the trucks come in, thousands of starved people try to go and get something because while Munder maybe has some money to buy, or some few people in Gaza have some money to buy food from the market, we know that still 99% of people in Gaza
They don't have money to buy.
Yeah, don't have a single penny to buy because they have been under genocide for 2 years, not working for 2 years. They have been under siege for 20 years. So people don't have money. There is no way to get money in Gaza because there's no work, there is nothing. They have no homes. They are completely displaced. They have been struggling all along. So most people, 99% of the people in Gaza are still starved. They still go to those trucks, try to get some aid. And Nasser Hospital just got a mass casualty. More than 100 severely injured people are there. All available ORs are working now, and the Dr. Salkawi and his colleagues will not be able to join us now. Hopefully, Dr. Ahmad can join us later. So, because of this, actually, let's hope that we can, our colleagues from Gaza can join us later. I think we want to proceed with our next speaker, Dr. Ibrahim Bani. Dr. Ibrahim Bani is a Sudanese American doctor. He's a global health expert. He worked on many global humanitarian efforts before. He works with the WHO. We are really honored to have him and happy to hear from him. His take on what's happening in Gaza and Sudan, what is the international community reaction to what's happening, the adequacy or lack of that intervention. So, Dr. Ibrahim, thank you. Welcome. We want to hear from the experts. It's all yours, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you, Dr. Nidal. Thank you for offering me this opportunity today to talk to you about a heart-breaking issue, the starvation, which is especially in conflict zones, because now all around wars are not claiming life only by bullets or bombs. It's also using this slow weapon, hunger. So we have to have a responsibility for this. Also, I am going to shed light on what's going on in Gaza and Sudan. And I am not just talking about figures or facts, talking about people. Really, the most important issue in hunger or starvation is people. For example, the mother who feed her child, skipping a meal to give her child, or the mother who have no access to food. So this really leave us with a responsibility as medical profession, as humanitarians, as well citizens, that we have responsibility that food access or nutrition should be a human right issue. This is very important, you know. So let us begin our journey first. Mainly, I will going to talk about just to raise the awareness about this concept of starvation. I will talk about the definition and starvation in two hot areas in Gaza and Sudan, food security, the concept, and refeeding syndrome, another issue related to starvation. So starvation can be generally a severe deficiency in caloric intake of energy or nutrients, minerals, and vitamins, or starvation as a medical issue. It is extreme malnutrition because of prolonged deficit in caloric intake, leading to weight loss, muscle atrophy, and even organ failure and death. Usually, starvation can lead to this within 45 to 51 days without food. But the survival varies according to the intake of water. For prevention, usually during these people, sometimes they take fluids like water or oral rehydration salt water to prevent dehydration, because dehydration can lead death within few days, only 1 to 2, 3 days maximum. What are the causes of starvation really in conflict zones? Mainly it's related to armed conflict, displacement of the population, and disruption of the food system, delivery of food markets, and even sometimes targeted destruction of agricultural farms in some wars. And the impact will be mainly on civilians, leading to acute malnutrition, leading to increased mortality and death, especially among children below 5. And also, it may affect children in their development, leading to delays in their development. The vulnerable groups in starvation usually are children under 5, pregnant, lactating mothers, elderly, and displaced population. Here shows you the hunger spots all around the world, and you see spots with highest concern are mainly in Sudan and Gaza, and also there's in Myanmar and West Africa. And we are going to shed light only on Sudan and Gaza. These are some case studies. For example, in South Sudan in 2017, about 50% of the population were at risk of famine due to conflict and drought. Yemen also food crisis. 50% of the population are affected. Tigray region in 2022, about 200,000 people died due to famine. And today we'll shed light mainly on Gaza and Sudan. Here, the recent report in April that shows about 71,000 cases of acute malnutrition and 141,000 of severe malnutrition, and pregnant lactating mothers malnourished also about 17,000. This in Gaza. And this is projected. This is using the integrated food security phase classification. This is a global indicator used by UN agencies. It shows a projection from May to September 2025 in northern Gaza that about 30% of population are at risk of famine. And Gaza 25%, Deir al-Balah 15%, Khan Yunis 20%. And so there is high risk. Even if you take the whole country, we found that most of it are in emergency situation, all of it, almost. He also shows you the numbers that severe acute malnutrition, if you take northern Gaza, about 22,000 and 11,000 with global acute malnutrition, which is the moderate and severe malnutrition together. So this shows you the problem in Gaza and other parts of Palestine. Here shows the issue of prevalence of acute malnutrition. This base, they measure the mid-upper arm circumference, especially if it's below 11.2 centimeters. And this shows the high level, especially in Gaza City, almost 18% were affected by acute global nutrition by July 25. This is very recent compared to other Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis. So it's mainly in Gaza and high level. And this is the food consumption score, which is very high. And the trend, as you see by July, it's almost 80%. This is a tool to measure the consumption pattern. See, it is very high, almost 80% by July reached. Compared to household hunger score, also this is a tool used that people go without food for almost 30 days, or even going overnight, going to bed without eating, or whole day without any food. So it is almost 20% or nearly 20% during July. In Sudan, according to this integrated phase classification of that, about 25 million of Sudan out of 40 million are really under food crisis, 8 million for under emergency need of food, and about 600,000 almost are under famine. Almost these are pockets of famine, especially in northern Darfur and some pockets in Nuba Mountains in South Kordofan. And situation expected to be worse now. This is in Sudan, as you see, the pockets mainly in Darfur and South Kordofan. These are one of the most important thing in addressing the food issue or health during crisis is the health cluster. In Sudan, there is about 34 partners, international organizations and national, working together to address this issue during the conflict. There are 19 international NGOs and 7 national NGOs and 3 UN agencies. They are working together in clusters. Starvation usually, as I said before, it is used as a weapon of war, and usually it is deliberate to food denial or siege, like what is happening in Gaza now. There is a siege, allowing food to come in, and blockage of humanitarian. There is no humanitarian passages for food. These are some nutrition indicators used to measure the problems of starvation, and especially using the global GAM. These are children below 80% weight or height, or suffering from edema or severe acute malnutrition, which they are below 3 standard deviation of weight or height, or the mid-arm circumference less than 115 millimeters. And these indicators are used sometimes in this standardized assessment of relief transition smart surveys. So they use these indicators to assess the problem of malnutrition. And also they use the IPC, the integrated phase classification of food security, and household economy analysis also see the needs of household. These are tools to measure the impact of starvation. And sometimes there is interventions during this emergency of food shortage, famine, or crisis. They either use ready-to-use therapeutic, this the paste from peanut, or blanket supplementary feeding to feed all the community, especially the displaced, and to have a special program for infant and young feeding support. Like in Iraq, when I was there, I was working in a program covering mainly infant, young children, and mothers. They given fortified supplements. This is an example of this ready-to-use food. It's mainly peanut, and it's available usually from UNICEF. Usually they get the amount. If you want to order, many of the international organizations, NGOs, they order these to displaced and in crisis areas. This is tool used by the UN agencies to measure the food security levels. There are different phases. From phase 1, in which 4 in 5 of the household, they are able to meet the essential food needs. So this may be taken as normal. But the level 2, in which about at least 1 in 5 of households, they have problem to access. There is minimal food consumption, and they are unable, they don't have enough money to get this straight. And this phase, we have to be an alert. You have to be alert in this phase. But phase 3, 4, 5, these are emergency. You have to take an urgent action for these phases, especially leading to phase 5, famine, in which there is reports of deaths also due to this famine and starvation. And during food security, also issues, especially interventions, are very important. Here, food distribution, cash voucher assistance, support livelihoods to help the families to get access to food. Also, wash is very important during food crisis. Water supply, safe water supply, hygiene promotion, integrated nutrition programs, immunizations, all these are very important because sometimes with severe malnutrition, I was working in one of the camps, displaced camps in Sudan, about 50% of children died due to measles outbreak. So it's very dangerous during this crisis of starvation that if there is a breakdown of immunization programs, this is really serious problem. There should be a coordination between international agencies, NGOs, and national and also UN agencies like WFP, UNICEF, WHO, and there should be a coordination a mechanism for these agencies to work together for prevention of famine and starvation. There should be a monitoring system, collect data, and to monitor the outcome if there is any problems of malnutrition disease, and to see, and it should be accountability to affected populations. Usually the main causes, barriers to access. Here, like in Gaza, what's happening now, there are barriers to get food in, and this will lead to restrictions and programmatic for food distribution, and even the aid workers are affected, sometimes deaths and attacks on aid workers, humanitarian aid workers. One issue related to feeding and starvation is what's called known as refeeding syndrome. Refeeding syndrome, usually it is due to an electrolyte depletion or fluid retention due to altering of glucose hemostasis, especially in malnourished who are fed. I have witnessed this during the famine in the 80s in one of the refugee camps. As children came in, I have witnessed some children dying because of the feeding syndrome at that time. There is no awareness about this issue. So it started by first phase, starvation, malnutrition lead to glucogenolysis and gluconeogenesis, protein catabolism, and this will affect the electrolytes, protein, and this lead to refeeding, feeding, and this will affect the electrolyte balance, especially hypophosphatemia, and this may lead to death. One of the most important to addressing issues of starvation is advocacy. Now, what you are doing as a DAC, you are engaging international community as a West citizen. You promote protection of civilians, especially during this crisis. And it's very important to document violations, human rights violations, especially for access of food. So in conclusion, there should be an urgent response to what's going on in Gaza and Sudan, and especially working through with collaboration with the multi-sectors, whether international or national NGOs or UN agencies. And also there should be long-term solutions for resilience, like providing food vouchers, and also to look into long-term solutions for what's going on, like what you are doing now as DAC, as lobbying for this to stop hunger in Gaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bani. Thank you for this great presentation. It gives a very comprehensive idea about what's happening in Gaza and Sudan. It highlights that starvation is never accidental. It's always deliberate. It's always intentional. There is always someone benefiting from this starvation. No starvation in the world is accidental. It's always there for a political gain and for political motives to advance a political agenda. And I think you made this point clear, whether it's in Gaza, Sudan, or Congo, or anywhere else in the world, because there is enough food in the world. There is enough international humanitarian organizations that can provide food to any population in the world if there is a free access. So no starvation in the world at this DNA, at this time of history, is accidental or natural. It's always intentional and deliberate. And in the case of Gaza and Palestine, it's designed by Israel, it's deliberate, it's engineered to advance their military and political goals. In Sudan also, it's been imposed by the conflicting parties to advance their ethnic cleansing programs. The question is for you. We have a few questions for you, Dr. Bani, before we go with other guests. What is the role of the United States and the West on what's happening in Sudan? This is one question. What are your recommendations? How we as a medical community can help the people in Sudan? And also, as we heard from our brother Munder from Gaza, that when Israel feels there is so much international pressure, they kind of ease up the restrictions on food. They allow a few trucks here and there to deflect the international pressure, only to resume it again once the attention of the world goes to a different crisis. So the fact that the vulnerable communities are at the mercy of the aggressor by itself is wrong. It should never be allowed. Aid, whether it's in Sudan or in Gaza or Congo, anywhere else, should never be at the mercy and the full control of the party to the conflict or the aggressors. This should never be accepted by anyone in the world. Just allowing few trucks in here and there, only when there's so much pressure, and only to stop that faucet again when the world attention goes somewhere else, to buy more time and to keep playing with us. They have been playing this game for 2 years, and in Sudan, the parties are been playing it for 3 years or more, in Darfur even for decades, and in Congo. So what is your suggestions as an international community or as a medical community to stop this? We don't want to keep going through this game over and over again. Monder said, okay, they allowed a few trucks. There is some food in the market, but the people have no money. They cannot buy it. And we know that once something else happens and the world attention calms down, they're going to stop the aid again or displace the whole population. Is there any mechanism that the international community can put in place to make sure that this never happens again? تفضل دكتور.
Thank you. First, I think the U.S. is also have very much concern about what's going in Sudan, and there is an ongoing pressure on both parties. Recently, there was a planned meeting to discuss the issue in Sudan and try to address concern involving the regional partners in Gulf countries and Egypt in the issue of Sudan, until we are waiting to see what will be happen. The other thing, we need help. Sudan need help because it is a forgotten war. In the media, very few. Yesterday, I have seen, for example, about 10 skips about news, 7 of them about Gaza and other countries, and Sudan, no mention about Sudan at all in the media. So we hope also in the lobby to speak also about Sudan, at least to be aware about what's going in some parts of Sudan, pockets of famine and deliberate starvation. I think the only solution is that we have to be persistent in your lobbying. You are lobbying with the local, with the government here and in other international communities. So also we have to think, I don't know whether you address the UN itself and UN agencies also. We should work collaboratively and try to lobby. So this is only the tool you have as a medical profession. But you can do only lobbying, raising the awareness of the international community, of the international agencies, of the governments, of your representative. All of these are very important. So I think the only tool you have now. Thank you.
Actually, Dr. Bani, thank you so much for saying this. We at Doctors Against Genocide, we advocate. So we always try to identify where we can put pressure to advocate, and we much prefer to have the expertise of the community we are advocating for. So we are 100% sure what we are asking for, what is going on, and this we tried to work with some Sudanese groups, but most of the medical Sudanese groups are focused on the aid part and the access part. So we are more than willing to start a big advocacy group for Sudan, and if you can be of help to us in organizing a strategy, we will be behind you.
Okay, thank you.
That's why we have you today, because we realize that we need to speak up more about what's happening in Sudan. We need to bring the voices from Sudan more, the plight of the Sudanese people, and also the plight of the Congolese people, because all these genocides, it's the same, the same victims, the same people who are exploiting all of these people, whether for resources, as in Congo or Sudan, or for resources and land and extermination, like in the case in Palestine and Gaza. And we can only help the victims if we unite our voices and speak as one against all the aggressors and on behalf of all the victims. We are an advocacy group to raise the awareness. Welcome to join us. We want to learn more from you. And at one point, inshallah, also we'll add a lobbying arm. We're not there yet. We're learning our way. But with your help, with your contribution, hopefully we'll get there and will be more helpful to the people who need our help. And in the face of the complete and embarrassing silence of the medical community, the major medical associations in the West, especially in the United States and Europe, we need to lead the way on this, because as doctors, as healthcare workers, as people who go to school to protect life, to preserve life, staying silent in the face of this complete disregard of human life is unethical. It's against the medical ethics and ethos. It's against our profession, and we can do better. That's why we need to take the lead on this. But we're honored to hear back from you every time, Dr. Bani, and we'll stay in touch, and let's build this movement. Let's mobilize more, get more colleagues, and see what are the most strategic or most effective ways to help the people who need our help.
And just to let everyone know, we are honored to have Dr. Bani's daughter as Doctors Against Genocide member. So, Iman, we're very proud of you.
And Iman was hiding this from us for almost a whole year, and finally she had to give it up. So we're honored to have Dr.
Yes,
Ibrahim, and we're honored to have
amazing.
Iman. And maybe Iman and her father should speak next week too.
Inshallah, yes.
Inshallah. Okay, now we're gonna move with our a new guest. We're honored to have Hadija with us. Hadija is a Congolese American activist. She represents the GSONS in symbol. It's a collective of Goma youth volunteers providing emergency relief and long-term support to displaced and disadvantaged communities in North Kivu province in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Hadija, I've been trying to get you for a few months, but finally you're here. Thank you for coming. We're honored and we want to hear from you.
Thank
Unmute.
you so much. Thank you so much for this platform. Thank you for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum. This is such a great community to be a part of. My name is Hadija. Just to introduce myself, I am a Kenyan woman, actually. I'm not from Congo, but I identify with the Congolese struggle as a humanitarian. And yeah, thank you for having us here to bear witness and to also be informed not only about the geopolitical effects, right, that we often hear about when genocide is concerned, but also the effects on the human body, the physiological effects of genocide. It has been very touching and very informative to hear from all of the doctors who have spoken so far. So I thank you very much for this platform. So the Congolese struggle is very much intricately connected to the Palestinian struggle, to the Sudanese struggle, to the struggle in for free Tigray, and many other places. In that, all of these struggles are anti-Zionist struggles. And can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, they're all anti-Zionist struggles. They're all anti-capitalist struggles, and they're all humanist struggles. So, for the case of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, just to give you some context, it is the country that is right in the middle of the African continent, and it is the second largest country in Africa after Algeria, which is found in North Africa. And this country has been under war for a long time. Right now, there is a democratic government that is in place. So the war is mostly happening on the eastern side of the country, in the eastern provinces near the borders with Rwanda and Uganda, which are two countries that are proxies for the West. These two countries, Western-backed militias here are, attacking the villagers, or the people in these parts who are mostly villagers, mostly farmers. North Kivu province especially, which is where I'm going to be talking about. That's where our organization, Agissons Ensemble, which is French for Let's Act Together. That's where this Goma is the capital of North Kivu province in the east of the DRC. And so this is where we are based. And I'm also going to be talking about the work of Elvis Katoto, who is a British Congolese filmmaker who is documenting the plight of women and girls here. So I think today I wanted to talk about how rape has been used as a weapon of war in this part of the DRC. I spoke about those two neighboring countries of Congo that are being supported by the West and US, EU, even the UN in some instances has been found to be complicit in giving weapons and support to these militia, who in turn attack the people in the east of the DRC. And it is because of the wealth of the country, mostly coltan, a mineral known as coltan, which is the mineral that is found in all of our electronic devices. Everything that has a rechargeable battery has coltan in it. And this mineral called coltan is found in abundance in the eastern part of the DRC. This mineral has been sought after since the early 90s, when this war actually broke out. So it coincides with, the advent of the mobile phone, video games, all of these electronics, and this electronic and technological age that we enjoy today. All of this is built on the back of the villages, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people being displaced from their villages, so that these countries, the EU, the US, get access to this mineral, this very important resource that then goes on to power companies like Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, who have all been found to be entangled in this destruction of Congolese people's lives. I talked about this being an anti-Zionist struggle as well, because there are many Zionist actors in this part of the DRC, most notably a man known as an Israeli billionaire known as Dan Gutler. So all of those things, I think, for me with my platform, I try and make the connections for people, because sometimes it can feel far removed.
Hadija,
Yes.
Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you. Can you say more about Mr. Gatler? What's his connection with Congo and Palestine?
Okay, so
Please.
Dan Cutler is an Israeli billionaire, and he first arrived in the DRC in the late 90s, and he arrived in the DRC at a time where the country was undergoing a lot of turmoil. What's been happening with the DRC, with Congo, is really, you can go back in history. You know, the uranium that was used to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that was used in the first atomic bomb, that uranium was found in Congo. So this country has been used and been sabotaged. Its democracy has been sabotaged. Its people have been relegated to, you know, just an inconvenience, because everybody, the entire world, or the world superpowers especially, completely depend on these minerals that are found in this country. It was uranium back in the day. We can even go further back into the colonial era with the rubber plantations. When King Leopold II of Belgium, you know, used brutal force to extract rubber and ivory, the rubber which was then used to power the automobile industry for tires. So all of these things, when you look into the history of Congo, you will find all of these connections, and you'll come to find that Congo has been the center, has been the sacrifice for most of our, you know, it was the automobile revolution, and then the industrial revolution with uranium and copper, and now the technological age with cobalt and coltan. So all of these, the country is the wealthiest country in the world as far as mineral resources are concerned. And that is why, you know, Western powers have struggled for it, and, you know, imposing dictatorships and just sabotaging the entire country and its system from the beginning. So to go back to answering your question, Dan Cutler, Israeli billionaire, he comes to the DRC in 1997, makes deals with the current president there, who is trying to overthrow another president at the time, who had been a dictator for nearly 20 years. And so Dan Cutler goes into the diamond industry of the DRC, and he makes deals, you know, exchanges diamond mines for weapons, gives the people who want to come to power in the DRC, gives them weapons in exchange for monopoly over the DRC's diamond mines and the diamond industry, the diamond trade. And we know diamonds are an important, are the bedrock, basically, of the Israeli economy. We know that, but Israel does not have any diamond mines. So those diamonds come from places like the DRC. Mostly the DRC is where those when you talk about blood diamonds, that's where they come from. And Dan Cutler has been instrumental in this entire global financial. It's just he makes nearly $250,000 in royalties through corrupt means. He will, you know, blackmail politicians. He will do all of these things. He has been sanctioned by the U.S. government, and then those sanctions end up being dropped. But he is still heavily embedded in the DRC's diamond trade. And that is basically what the revenue from that diamond trade he uses to build settlements in the West Bank. He uses that revenue to, you know, just run this. We understand according to Francesca Albanese, we understand the economics of genocide. So the economics of genocide, you know, you can trace it to Congo and those diamonds that are then funneled out into revenue to build whatever that needs to be built, displacing Palestinian people and terrorizing them. So that is mostly why Congo is in the position that it's in today, because of its immense natural wealth. And so things like rape of women, mass rapes, are used to forcibly remove villagers from their homes and to make them never to want to return to their homes. So they are put in refugee camps in their own country. They are put in refugee camps, and the city of Goma, which is found in North Kivu province in the east of the country, is sort of a humanitarian hub for that. It has been known for many years to host many refugees who are fleeing from the more rural parts of Eastern DRC. And these rural parts are where like these foreign companies will set up gold mines and will most of the time capture villagers, kidnap villagers from their homes, take them to mine gold, take them to mine coltan by force, right? And then just simply, this place has been made almost it's lawless at this point because of just how much the world powers want from this soil. And so a rape especially is being used as a weapon of war, because when you rape a woman, especially in front of her family members, then you break the entire fabric of that society, because women, especially in African society, are just let me know anytime you want me to stop. I know I'm saying a lot and I'm pulling from different places. Just let me know if you need me to stop at any time.
No, don't stop. No, don't stop. Keep going. We want to hear it all. We want to hear it all. It's very
Okay.
important.
Okay.
We've been
Fascinating.
waiting
So
for
very,
this.
very important.
Thank you
Thank
for
you so much.
educating us about it.
Yeah.
Of course, absolutely. Thank you for the platform. And I think it's important that we are all here and we can all see the connections within our separate struggles. So when they do this to women and young girls, they break the fabric of their society, because women are the bedrock of usually traditional African society. They're the ones who go out to the farms. And remember, many of these people are farmers. So when you take away their food source, right, because you are going in there, displacing them in their hundreds of thousands to get access to those minerals. And so you've taken away their food source, and then you terrorize them by inflicting this kind of pain and dishonor on their women. And so in that way, it sticks with them. I can't go back to that place. So they come usually to Goma, where there was a humanitarian crisis, because humanitarian aid workers like the Red Cross and I had a chance of actually going to Goma. I've been to Goma. I've been to the region. So you will find where a camp, a refugee camp. There were about, I want to say, 130 different refugee camps, or about that number. And each refugee camp will host maybe 60,000 people, right? Or more, depending on how large it is and depending on just how much fighting is happening, because people are always trickling in to the refugee camps. So Doctors Without Borders have been there. They will try and build toilets for people. They will try and go tent to tent, immunizing children, but they're overwhelmed. They definitely become overwhelmed, and things like cholera outbreaks are rampant. And that is what mostly, when you hear these numbers, like 5 million people have been killed since the genocide started in 1996 in Congo. Many of them are half of them are children under 5 years old, and many of those deaths are as a result of war-related illnesses like cholera outbreaks. So they will just wipe out an entire refugee camp because, as I witnessed, there's nowhere to use the bathroom, there's nowhere to wash your hands. Just a crisis that has really largely been ignored in the media. If it is not being talked about in the context of mineral resources, then it's not being talked about, because the cost, the human cost, is really underplayed in the media. We're not shown these images. We are not the platforms that are there working really hard online are people like Elvis, who I was hoping would be here with us today, but he's on the ground in the region. So he's very active, especially on Sundays with doing food distributions and things like that. So if it's not those local people who are personally invested in the region, mainstream news media, and as we can see that in through all of our struggles, the Palestinian struggle included, mainstream media really underplays the difficulties that people are going through there. So I personally work with a youth volunteer organization, like I said, called Agissons Ensemble, meaning let's act together. And what we do is we are raising funds. We have a GoFundMe. You can find it on my platform, in my bio on my platform. We have a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe's name is Let's Act for Congo. And we are basically a collective of Congolese young Congolese men and women who want to give moral support, material support, whatever we can, with the rest of the world joining us, with the support of the world. No effort is ever too small, because $10, $5 is life-changing. It will help somebody live through another day, right? With the people that we are trying to serve. So, we will go door to door looking for, children who need a trip to the clinic, children who don't, or women who need a trip to the clinic. Maybe they're heavily pregnant and they can't get to the nearest clinic. One of our volunteers will bring a taxi to her. Those sorts of things. We came across a child who had a severe skin condition and he just didn't know what to do. So one of our volunteers got him on top of got a motorcycle, and they both got onto it, and he was driven to the nearest clinic, and he was able to get a prescription. And we explained to the mother how to, apply the topical creams and all of that. And then we went back, and the boy's skin condition was improving. Things like just relief, emergency relief in the way of food, building shelters for some people who do not have, the UN migration agencies usually build most of the shelters in the displacement camps, but some people just are not lucky. The tents, the distributors run out of tents, so they have to buy some tarp. They have to buy some kind of material to build their own shelter. So we support with that as well. Medication, water, just really basic needs, because we believe that, for the Congolese struggle to and revolution to happen, the people have to be there. Like, we cannot ignore the, life-giving, the things that we consider, mundane, like food and water. Those people need it so that they can live to fight another day, to see the revolution happen. So that's sort of our philosophy. So Agissons Ensemble works together with Elvis Katoto, who is, like I said, the British Congolese documentarian filmmaker, award-winning filmmaker. He is really amplifying the plight of women and girls. So Elvis has an organization called Ubuntu DRC. I will leave everything in the chat. Ubuntu DRC. That's UBUNTU DRC. Ubuntu is an African philosophy that basically means I am because you are. So it is a philosophy of community. So because of how rampant rape is, and this is rape of young women and girls as young as 9 years old, so the Elvis will go out into the fields and find these girls who need support, find women who are in hospitals and cannot leave the hospital because they don't have $25 to pay the hospital to be able to leave, right? A 16-year-old girl passed away in our care, in Ubuntu DRC's care, a couple weeks ago, because she underwent a C-section and she was not able to survive that experience. These women, these young girls, their bodies are already frail as it is. They're already, there's malnutrition, because, like I said, the ability to feed themselves, because they're people of the land, they are farmers, but now they have been displaced. So food is scarce, right? And so they're weak, but then they have to carry a pregnancy. And this is not one or two people. This is hundreds, if not thousands, of young women and girls, right? Wow. So this is rape being used as a weapon of war. If any of you are familiar with the work of Dr. Denis Mukwege, I will also leave his name in the chat. So Dr. Denis Mukwege is actually a Nobel Peace Prize winning gynecologist, Congolese gynecologist. And he is a world-renowned gynecologist. He works in the region. He works in South Kivu province, which is very close, is the neighboring province to where Elvis is. Elvis and the Ubuntu DRC are. So Dr. Denis Mukwege has been working to repair fistulas for women and girls who have been violently raped. And basically give them, it's an oasis. Pansy Hospital is the name of his practice. So it's an oasis for these young women and girls to come and to, they will be physically mended, and then they will learn vocational trades like sewing or dressmaking, things like that, right? Teaching, nursing. Some of the girls who are actually treated at Pansy Hospital will come back as nurses, as doctors, back to the hospital, because this rape as a weapon of war has sort of become culture in these parts, just because it is the easiest way through which you can really terrorize and demoralize and just extinguish the morale and the power of people as a society. So the work of Dr. Denis Mukwege is very important, and he's also a very vocal humanitarian activist for the DRC. So I would suggest to look into his work a little bit. But
Thank you so much.
yeah, that is mostly just what I wanted to share. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, I am here.
Wow, this was really breathtaking just to listen to you describe everything. And it's a couple of things that stuck with me is how the Congolese people are treated as dispensable because the resources of their country justifies marginalizing them and exploiting them. And this is very similar to what is happening in Palestine and Gaza, where, the Palestinians are a nuisance because their land is coveted and desired. And now we are hearing about the gas deals in Gaza, in the shores of Gaza that are being made while the people in Gaza are being killed and starved. So this is extremely similar. And what you are doing in Congo, supporting the girls and the women and supporting the community, is really the Congolese sumud, very much like what's in Palestine. You support the people sumud by giving them something to live for, supporting each other, and building a community that is kind of like a nursing community or a nurturing community, just to help and to sustain existence and to give even joy sometimes. So I really thank you for what you said. And I think that we should continue to work with you and your organization because this is in the depth of the mission of Doctors Against Genocide, which is supporting the communities that are suffering from genocide. So let's keep talking and let's make a plan on how Doctors Against Genocide can support the women, the girls, and the people in Congo and just support their resistance and support their presence. And I think together we can make a difference. So thank you, Hadija, so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad we made the connection, and
Yeah,
that I will be putting on
and
future.
and we will continue this conversation, and we will come up with plans so that we can actually play a role, as even if it's a small role, in supporting the people in Sudan and supporting the people in Congo. It's definitely our duty and the least we can do as a group of medical doctors and professionals who are dedicated to eradicating genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. So
So,
thank you.
yeah. Thank you, Khadija. As you can tell, we need your help. We need your help to connect us more with the people in Congo, the communities there, because we can help. Maybe not, resolve conflicts immediately, but there's a lot of help that we can offer as a community. So thank you for your voice, and we will continue the discussion. Please connect us more with activists, with people in Congo, and let's brainstorm ways we can help with. And as Dr. Bani said, maybe Sudan and Congo are in a way did not get enough attention on the international stage for many reasons. And that's why we, as doctors and healthcare workers and Doctors Against Genocide, we think it's upon us to step in and amplify the voices of those people suffering everywhere in the world, whether it's Congo, Sudan, Palestine, Gaza, Rohingya, Yemen. So we want to hear about it all and mobilize the medical community and the international community and amplify the voices of the people who need our voice. And your presence, your help, your work with us, inshallah, will be very meaningful and very productive, and we'll do it one step at a time. Now, any more questions? Should we move with the next? Do you have any final thoughts, Khadija, or it's okay to move with our next speakers?
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I see all the comments in the chat. The Elvis Katoto, who was I was hoping would be here with us, I've just seen his message. He's been listening on the go as he works with our young women and girls with Ubuntu DRC. I have left the resources in the chat. If you would like, please go and follow us and connect with our communities. And this is a great opportunity. I will be back listening in and sharing more with
Hadija, I don't see the resources. If you can text them to me, I will put them in the chat for everyone.
Okay, no worries. Okay.
And if you can put the link for your GoFundMe, that would be great too.
Okay, I will put both of them. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm here listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Khadija. Now we move with our next speaker, Dr. Ismail Abdul Qadir. He's in United Kingdom. He's a senior pediatric registrar and has a special interest in neonatal medicine and neonatal health. He's going to talk to us about the impact of starvation, especially on children, and the issue of refeeding challenges and refeeding syndromes. Dr. Ismail, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing your expertise on this. It is unfortunately something that we as human beings in the 21st century should be ashamed to even have to discuss this, unfortunately. As we said, these are all deliberate, these are all intentional, man-made. These should be all preventable things. No child, no human being should be starved to death or have to go through the challenges of refeeding. But here we are because of the impunity the international system is allowing to those who are exploiting the victims. Here we are forced to talk about subjects that should not even exist. But again, your expertise, your help, your voice is important. Thank you, and it's all yours.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Abdul Qadir. I'm a pediatrician with a special interest in neonatal medicine here in the UK, and I'm one of the directors of think tank called Pre-Hospital Aid, FAID. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Huda Mahmood, is here as well. And so, inshallah, we will be this presentation. We will be giving it in two parts. The first part I'll be giving, which is where I'll be talking about some of the work that we've been doing in pre-hospital aid, which was started after the genocide in Gaza began, and then the second part of the presentation, which is on specifically on refeeding syndrome, will be given by my colleague, Dr. Huda Mahmood. And then I think there's a couple of small presentations that she'll give as well after this, inshallah. So I'll make a start. Are the slides? Can you see the slides? Are they changing?
Yes.
Okay. So what is pre-hospital aid? So the initiative aims to reduce morbidity and mortality in regions that are affected by natural disasters or conflict by providing basic equipment and preemptive training to members of the public. And the aim is We teach emergency pre-hospital care. We equip individuals with life-saving skills to help reduce the burden of injury and illness, and that helps to build long-term community resilience. This was born from a recognition that in areas that are affected by natural disasters or conflict, access to healthcare can be severely curtailed or non-existent. And so how can we help people help themselves? So why do we need FAID? So these are just some very basic statistics. So in 2024, we've seen an increase in political violence over what happened in 2023 by 25%. And if we look at 2025, I'm sure that figure is even higher. In the last 5 years, we've had a doubling of global conflicts, and it's probably only going to continue to get worse. 1 in 8 people are exposed to conflict, and 223,000 people were killed. And again, these are pre the genocide in Gaza, and probably doesn't include statistics for what's happening in Sudan, Congo, and other places like that. The frequency and intensity of natural disasters is also increasing year on year. And of course, human action is also driving this. On average, natural disasters kill approximately 40 to 50,000 people per year globally, and again, probably only going to increase. Low and middle income countries are at greater risk of natural disasters and military conflict, and that adversely affects the already strained healthcare system. In regions affected by natural disasters and conflict, as I said, access to healthcare can become even more difficult, if not impossible. So FAID aims to provide basic equipment and training to empower members of the public so they can help themselves and others. How do we do it? So we make these educational materials and basic medical packs using a multidisciplinary and specialty approach, including humanitarian healthcare workers with expertise in delivering healthcare in low and middle income countries during natural disasters and conflict. So these are the members of that make up our team. We identify preventable causes of morbidity and mortality, and then produce these expert-informed, evidence-based remedies in the context of this limited access to healthcare and lack of medical training. We also then try and translate our materials and videos into local languages. And we started with 3 modules, FAID Bleed, Childbirth, and Newborn. And then we made some additional modules, Skin to Skin, Cold, and Refeeding Syndrome. And what I'm going to do is very briefly go through these. The PDFs are available for free, and we can provide those to yourselves without a problem. So going through FAID Bleed first. So globally, 2 million people die each year from bleeding wounds, 3/4 of which result from physical trauma. And a person can bleed out from severe hemorrhage in 3 to 5 minutes, making massive blood loss a leading cause of preventable trauma deaths. So our FAID Bleed educational material focuses on identifying different types of life-threatening bleeding wounds, prioritizing which order they need to be treated in, how to treat them using basic equipment. And also we have a novel recommendation regarding a dosing strategy to allow safe civilian administration of oral tranexamic acid, which research has shown can make a difference. So this is what the PDF looks like. And again, I said, I'm not showing this for you to read through it right now, but we can provide this for you to be able to look at. That was the front side of it, and then this is the back side of it. So we also provide suggestions regarding household and commonly encountered items which can be used as alternatives to the more specialized equipment that we include in our packs. Because we recognize that the reach of our educational material, which we can share through educational means over social media, will inevitably be much greater than the locations that we can get our equipment packs to. So we also went one step further as well. Then we made a smaller no-kit version. And this was specifically because of the problems of getting anything into Gaza. So we made this version, which could be shared over social media. Moving on to FAID Childbirth. So worldwide, about 60 million births occur outside of healthcare facilities, most in low and middle income countries. And in 2020, nearly 300,000 maternal deaths occurred worldwide, which equates to 1 death every 2 minutes. Our childbirth educational material provides guidance for expectant mothers and their families, including recognizing labor and how best to support a woman through labor, including appropriate and inappropriate positions, recognizing shoulder dystocia and ways to manage it in the community setting, reducing risk of perineal tears, and estimating postpartum blood loss to help diagnose postpartum hemorrhage, which is the leading cause of maternal mortality, and then treating it using non-medical, such as uterine massage, and medical means, misoprostol, which we include in our pack. And so if available, we provide guidance on how it can be used for both prophylaxis and management of PPH. And this shows what our FAID childbirth PDF looks like. Moving on to FAID newborn. So 28% of births globally take place at home. And in 12 low and middle income countries, this proportion reaches as high as 50 to 80%. And at birth, 10% of babies don't breathe. Of these, most only require stimulation, and if they don't respond to that, lung inflation and aeration. But lack of appropriate intervention results in death or significant neurological damage, and annually over 1 million babies are affected by neonatal encephalopathy, 96% of which are born in low and middle income countries. So we produced a novel, evidence-based, basic newborn life support algorithm that could be taught to and practiced by members of the public, that focuses on drying and keeping the baby warm, delayed cord clamping, recognizing which babies need help, and effectively delivering inflation breaths. We invited neonatologists who worked in low middle income countries and/or have expertise in the field of resuscitation to review our algorithm. And this included discussion with the Resuscitation Council UK Newborn Committee. And then we published a peer-reviewed paper detailing our rationale and evidence base. And again, I can provide you with that, with the PDF for that paper. It's open source. It's not behind a paywall, so it's accessible to anyone. And we specifically chose to publish it with a journal that would allow it to would allow that to happen. And that is again showing the PDF, the newborn PDF. Also within this newborn PDF, we include some basic advice regarding post-birth care, including on the benefit of breast milk over formula, and if using formula, the need for sterile water if possible, and avoiding other fluids. Identifying which babies are at risk of hypoglycemia and how to try and avoid it by making up and administering a sugar solution. Avoiding bathing a baby until at least 24 hours of age, and only then if warm water is available. And the importance of keeping the umbilical cord dry and clean. Just some basic post-birth care information. So the other FAID modules that we made, so those were our first three. Then we made some further ones, and I'm just going to go through these briefly. And then, as I mentioned, Dr. Huda is going to talk about the refeeding syndrome one in more detail. So last winter, due to the severe weather conditions in Gaza, there were several tragic cases of babies freezing to death. So in response to this, we produced a poster educating people about the benefit of skin to skin in keeping babies warm. And then we disseminated this over social media. And this was picked up by people who had significant followings on social media and spread further via them. And we had some good feedback about this. But then it's not only babies that were dying due to the cold. Older children and adults were also suffering from frostbite injuries and hypothermia. And we had some people reach out to us saying that, have you produced anything on this? And so we made a PDF that would educate people on recognizing the different stages of frostbite, recognizing the signs of hypothermia, and how to help prevent and treat it. Again, considering the context where they might be in a situation where they're not able to access healthcare, a doctor or someone who's trained, or reach a hospital or a clinic. Now, before we move on to the refeeding syndrome PDF, just to mention about what we've been doing in terms of trying to reach our target population. So we've shared our materials on social media, as I mentioned, and we've had some success in reaching our target population this way. We've recruited some medical students from Gaza who we've been training using our FAID bleed educational materials. We're in the process of recruiting midwives from Gaza who we will train using the FAID childbirth and newborn modules. We've also done work raising money with other organizations, Banma and Soul of Souls, to provide medicines for hospitals in the north of Gaza. That's as an aside from our educational work. And then we've recently partnered with DOR, Doctors of Rahman, who've been doing a lot of work on getting medical students from Gaza out to other countries like Pakistan and other places for them to be able to continue their medical training. And so through them to be able to teach our materials to doctors going into Gaza and medical students from Gaza for them to be able to teach the civilian population. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Huda now, and she will carry on.
Thank you, AQ. Naval and the DAG crew, if you want me to leave the dialysis stuff into another meeting, please let me know, because I know there are other speakers after us. If not, I'll just keep going. That's number one. Number two, AQ is going to leave a link in the chat if anybody wants to have a further look at the FAID stuff. But also, if you have any ideas for education materials or areas of expertise where you could help, that'd be wonderful. So now I'm going to go and talk to you about the nerdy stuff. So when the ceasefire, I'm going to use that word we all know, it was farcical, but it was announced in January 2025. Our concern was the potential of refeeding syndrome. Now, for those of us who are general physicians as well as our primary speciality, we do come across refeeding syndrome in hospital care quite commonly. And the question is, well, how do you protect a population that has been starved from refeeding syndrome when the healthcare system has been obliterated? And so we worked on this with dietitians, neonatologists, and a few other experts in the field. And AQ, I'd be very grateful if you could go on to the next slide.
Great.
And just to give, thank you. And just to give context, that the mortality reported in some pretty old studies from the 1950s suggests that mortality from refeeding syndrome alone can be up to 20%. So my thoughts around this is there is a mortality associated with malnourishment and starvation, and there is this added superimposed mortality risk with refeeding syndrome. So a little bit of history. Like I said, I'm doing the nerdy bit. So Roman historians described refeeding syndrome after the siege of Jerusalem. That the irony of this is not wasted on me at all. And those who overindulged after a famine died, while those who ate in moderation survived. And that was the extent of the information that we have at that time. But more information has really come about in post-World War II. Believe it or not, there was a controlled trial in the 1940s in Minnesota. Conscientious observers who refused to participate in the war were recruited to this trial. And they were calorie restricted, starved, they were made to exercise. And then there was a cohort that ate what they wanted, a cohort that had a certain calorie regimen, and then another cohort. And they tried various cohorts with different introduction of different nutritional elements. You can see the pictures. Again, a lot of refeeding was noted to happen in prisoners of war after they were released and refed. And the common symptoms, which we'll go through, and the common modality of death is cardiac, and often they suffer from neurological problems. Next slide, please. Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about starvation because there is a difference in, but also a common overlap in some of the symptoms experienced by both. So starvation is how the body tries to conserve its energy in these calorie deplete situations. So it goes from glucose to glycogen, fat, and protein I've forgotten the word, but it'll come to me in a moment. So serum insulin levels decrease. Individuals become hypothermic. They become bradycardic, so their pulse slows down. And I put an asterisk there to remind myself, because I often forget, that actually it's noted that those who have a normal pulse while they are starving and hypothermic are often more likely to experience refeeding syndrome. And although that might not help the general public, it is important for healthcare workers in these situations to know. Along with being cold, having a low pulse, their blood pressure is low. Now, what's interesting is their total body deficit of vitamins and electrolytes is low. But often if they're measured before feeding commences, they can be normal. But that doesn't mean they are normal. It's just the serum vitamin electrolyte is normal. And that is not a reason to relax and think, oh, this person is not at risk of refeeding syndrome. We all know that malnourished patients and starving patients suffer an immunocompromised state. They are more likely to get infections they wouldn't have done. Let's look at Gaza. Let's look at impetigo and the awful skin infections that are rampant in young children in Gaza. They get cardiac atrophy. They get bowel edema, so whatever little they do eat, they're not necessarily absorbing. And then we see this in the images that are incredibly distressing. There is apathy, there is withdrawal, there is listlessness. Oh, no, if you don't mind going back up, sorry. Thank you. And to the side, I've not, because we have unfortunately seen the horrible picture of Gaza. I, much like the other speakers before me, want to remind everybody that starvation is rampant within the Middle East, and I should use Arab countries in North Africa and Africa. And it is deliberate. The top picture is from 4 years ago in the Independent newspaper of a Yemeni child. The middle picture is from UNICEF 9 years ago, and it was describing the horrors of the sanctions on Iraq, which happened in the 90s. 500,000 Iraqi children starved to death in that decade. And comments like collateral damage and it was worth it was used by the US establishment. And then the bottom picture is from about 7 years ago from Global News of a Syrian child. Syria really hasn't escaped turmoil and tragedy. And sometimes I think it hasn't had the same spotlight as other countries in terms of how much the Syrians suffered. And much like my other speakers, over the last 20 to 30 years, the result of starvation, no, forgive me, the cause of starvation is a result of aggressions from malignant forces. They are not natural disaster related. And I think, if anything, this is what this webinar has said over and over again. There are malignant forces that are deliberately orchestrating starvation, and they are purposefully maintaining it. Thank you for going on to the next slide. So now on to refeeding syndrome. Again, the nerdy physiology. So we've gone from normal, where the body uses glucose for energy, then it's gone to glycogen, fats, proteins in that order. And then when refeeding starts, the reintroduction of nutrition, there is a sudden switch back to the original pathway. So glucose is used for energy. This triggers a spike in the insulin, particularly so with more carbohydrates than fats and protein intake. Now that spike in insulin causes, and if you remember, I said the total body deficit of electrolytes is low, but actually they can appear normal within the serum if you do tests. But the insulin shifts those electrolytes intracellularly, therefore dropping the serum levels in the blood. Particularly phosphate is a problem, but it's phosphate, magnesium, potassium, in fact, a lot of the electrolytes, because in many ways, where one goes, the other one follows, to dangerously low levels. And many of the complications are related to these shifts. So the arrhythmias, the sudden cardiac death, is related to the shifts in electrolytes. Equally, it's important to remember that digestion and this kind of is a energy consumptive process that rely on vitamins and electrolytes that there really isn't much of to begin with. So there are also fluid shifts that follow the electrolytes. They can lead to fluid overload. So there are cases of pulmonary edema. And then there is thiamine deficiency, which is required for carbohydrate metabolism. And this is all important because it goes on to explain why we've suggested the treatments that we have in the leaflet. And remember, thiamine deficiency can lead to Wernicke's encephalopathy, which is reversible if caught early enough, but if not, can go on to cause permanent Korsakoff psychosis or dementia, depending on the terminology you want to use. Okay, please, may we go to the next slide? Oh, thank you so much. So I've gone through these in a little bit of detail in the previous slide. I'll let you read them, but these are the complications and the causes of death that can occur because of refeeding syndrome. And if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So now we're on to the leaflet. This is, as AQ suggested earlier, as I said, there is a thing called refeeding syndrome. It's real. You know, in hospital medicine, we check for it. There are very rigorous guidelines on who we would screen for refeeding syndrome. And now we have entire populations that food is going to start to be reintroduced. So how do we reduce the risk of morbidity and mortality from refeeding syndrome? Because it is real, there is a risk of it, and there is a mortality risk associated with it. So let's try and mitigate for it in a healthcare system that's under crisis. Next slide, please. So again, taken from the leaflet, and we have really tried to narrow down and make this as simplistic for the citizen, someone who hasn't necessarily done any healthcare related science or study or knowledge, to be aware. So have they eaten very little or not for 5 days in a row or more? I think most people can understand that. This might be a bit more difficult in some areas, but have they lost 15% or more of their original body weight in the last 3 months? So we've kind of, knowing that some people may not have scales, we've given some arbitrary sort of guidance. Have their clothes become very loose? Can they see their bones showing? Are children failing to thrive? Those with chronic illnesses and the elderly. And the longer somebody has been malnourished and starving, the more likely refeeding syndrome is to happen. And those with a higher BMI, those who are overweight, can still have refeeding syndrome if they've gone through a period of starvation. Next slide, please. So again, it's about recognizing it, educating the layperson, the non-medic, the non-healthcare worker, how to spot a situation despite a broken healthcare system. Let me rephrase that, a purposefully damaged healthcare system. If we can move forward, please. Okay, these are the symptoms of refeeding. We've tried to use language that we hope the everyday person can understand. Again, as my colleague Abdul Qadir has alluded to, we have translated these in Arabic. We have them in Arabic. We have, and can, if people suggest the language, will happily translate to other languages, if you don't mind moving on to the next slide. Okay, the important stuff. So for the first, so it's about reintroducing reduced calorie intake. Now, if you were to work in a hospital, it's we measure it per kg, we measure it per calorie, we calculate it. We can't do that in many of the countries that we've already mentioned. Don't think we can do that in Gaza for the everyday individual. So we've gone for approximates based on what they've previously eaten in terms of plate size. So for the first 3 days, give them a quarter of what, so an individual should eat a quarter of what they would have done pre-starvation. And you can see that in the top row there. So the first day 1, day 2, day 3, a quarter. We go on to what they should eat in the next slide. Then day 4 to 6, half the plate size, and then by day 7, a normal plate size. So we are introducing nutritional input in a measured and stepwise way. Thank you, Abdul Qadir. Could we go on to the next slide? So now what to eat. And it was really pertinent, and forgive me, I've forgotten the name of the Gazan doctor, and if anybody wants to shout it out, who said food is coming in, and it was sugar, flour, and cheese. And I wrote them down because actually, what do we not want people who are getting reintroduced to food to eat? Carbs, flour, sugar. It's fruit, it's veg, it's foods that are full of protein and fat, and we've linked them here. I was talking to Dr. Nidal before, and tahini, it would be a good source of both the sesame seed and the oil would be a good source of protein and fat. And
can you say it again, please? Tahina is a healthy thing to use, because I think many people can identify this, or maybe can.
I wouldn't say it's health
for more supply of this to go in.
There is. So tahini has its protein and it's a fat. And as you know, it's very prevalent in the Middle Eastern diet, and I've got to stop using the Arab diet. Okay. I recently watched something that said we shouldn't say Middle East because actually Middle East of where. So I'm trying very hard to remove that from my normal day-to-day speech. Now, thiamine itself as a tablet is cheap as chips. It is not an expensive supplement. Maybe not cheap as chips, but it's pretty cheap as they go. And if we could get thiamine in, it would be a great way of repleting thiamine stores and reducing some of the complications associated with refeeding syndrome, particularly Wernicke's. And for people who aren't, forgive me, so Wernicke's is an encephalopathy, so it causes confusion, it causes seizures, and it can be stopped and prevented by taking something as simple as thiamine. And we've put a regimen, so it's 100 milligrams, so one tablet was usually 100 milligrams, three times a day for 14 days. And then we've got a syrup alternative for children. Please could I go to the next slide? And oh, I think that's us, and that's done. Is that correct? Thank you, Abdul Qadir. So Nadal, it's up to you if you want to ask me any questions, or do you want me to move on? And what exactly do you want me to do next?
Again, these suggested foods, I mean, we said thiamine, but about these, can describe what you have in this slide, nuts.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So they're seeds, they're lentils, there is pulses, there is protein, there is eggs, there's walnuts. So if you were to follow any sort of Instagram guru who eats all the healthy stuff, it would be all this. It's staying away from the refined sugars, the carbs, so the pastas, the rices, the stuff that is in those aid boxes, which we know is just a way to lure people to their deaths. Bread is another. Oh, go on, Abdul Qadir.
Sorry, I was just going to mention that if there is the possibility of getting it in, the plumpy nut, which Dr. Ibrahim mentioned, a form of RUTF, ready to use therapeutic food, has been made specifically for this purpose, where you've got a population that's been starved, and it's not possible or feasible to treat them all in hospital, or to screen them all. So it's a specific food that's been made that's used. It's endorsed by the World Health Organization. It's used by Médecins Sans Frontières. It's used by UNICEF. So if it's possible to get that in, that would be very good. But
what
again,
is
there's
that,
the
please,
issue.
Dr. Ismail? What is it?
It's called plumpy nut. It's made by I can't remember the company name, but if you search for plumpy nut, it comes up. And it's been around for a while. I remember hearing a few years ago, I think, a fundraiser where they were trying to get it into Yemen. In other areas, of course, there's not the same issue of getting things in as there is in Gaza, but it's something that's specifically been made for this kind of situation.
That's very good. Yes, it is something maybe we need to advocate for and push for, to have the international organizations get more of that in. And for the meantime, I mean, from what you described, I know that there is some lentils in Gaza that is available in the markets. So the advice will be for people, if you have to choose between lentils or flour and rice and carbohydrates, please go with lentils. It's more, it's healthier and it's more suitable for people who have, malnourishment and at the risk of refeeding syndrome. And again, highlight the fact that none of these, starvation situations in Gaza or Sudan or anywhere else in the world are natural. These are all deliberate. These are all engineered. And this means that they can be stopped today. So we should not forget this. The lentils, the food, everything that Gaza needs is there, 2 miles on the border. The only reason why people and children and babies are starving to death, and honestly, I mean, in the last 24 hours, 15 people in Gaza hospital died from starvation, malnourishment. About half of them are children. These are all deliberate. These are all preventable. They did not have to die. The food is there. In Sudan, the food, there are international organizations that can deliver the food. Anywhere else in the world, in Congo, we need to keep pushing our politicians that this is not acceptable. No babies, no children, no mothers, no human being should die from starvation or from bombing. I mean, the whole thing is preventable, and it's done with our complicity without our voice or consent to this. So thank you, Huda, Dr. Huda, Dr. Ismail. I mean, you're so much. Your talk is very valuable. You're great speakers to the point that I want to have an excuse to have you to come back again. So we're not going to be talking about dialysis today, only because we really want to hear more from you. The same goes for Hadija and for Dr. Bani. All our speakers today are amazing, and we would love to hear from you, more and more in the coming weeks.
And
But
a lot
go
of
ahead, please.
yeah, a lot of people in the chat have been asking for your slides and the information. So if you can share it with us, we can share them as well. And for everyone, this whole webinar will be on YouTube, so you can go back and listen to Dr. Huda and Dr. Ismail and Dr. Bani and all our speakers that have given us so much information to take in and absorb. So
I promise not
thank
to say
you
anything
so much, everyone.
controversial. I promise not to say anything controversial today, so the recording is going to be available. We're
Stop,
not going to
stop.
delete the recording.
We will happily,
So,
from our part, we will happily put in the link so that it can be shared both to the educational materials and to the slides. We can put them out there. So
Thank you
thank
so
you for
much.
having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Huda. Is Lisa there? You want to introduce Lisa if she's aware, if she's available?
Yes,
Lisa?
Lisa, are you ready?
Lisa?
I need to find a way I need to switch over to my computer so that the PowerPoint can come up too.
Okay, take
I
your
think.
time.
Yeah, I might need like
So,
5 more minutes.
so
to do
Lisa
that.
is our Dr. Lisa Huertas is our colleague and our friend. We know her personally. She has been on the Hill with us several times, and she is a specialist in breastfeeding and science and feeding babies. And she is working with an organization called Gaza Infant Nutrition Alliance, which is dedicated to protecting and nourishing the most vulnerable by ensuring that infants in Gaza have access to safe, life-sustaining nutrition. The organization supports mothers and provides evidence-based guidance and emergency aid. It is empowering the mothers of Gaza and by combating malnutrition and giving them scientific support to help them sustain their nutrition and the nutrition of their babies. And fortunately, Lisa is here and she will be able to talk to us about this organization and what is needed and how we can be helpful.
I think Lisa said she might need 5 minutes to switch to her computer, which is
Okay.
fine. Guess who else is? Oh, you're here, Lisa?
I'm afraid of echo.
Oh, yeah, there is echo. Do you need some time to fix it, or you're okay? Okay, go ahead.
Just close the other connection.
Yeah, if you shut down your phone, maybe.
Yeah, exit the phone connection or the phone video.
And sometimes the headphones are a problem, Lisa. They make things so much harder. And you're
Unmute
muted.
yourself.
I'm going to try to share a presentation at the same time.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you see?
Not yet.
So unfortunately, I think with the technical difficulties, I won't be able to share the presentation.
Lisa, if you want to email it to me or send it to me on chat, I can share it myself. But go ahead and start while
Yeah, I mean, even if
sending it to me.
maybe like come back to me in 5 minutes, that way I can email it to you and then have the presentation at the same time.
Okay, so you want us to take a break and go back to you in a minute?
Yes, if possible.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm really
Yeah.
hoping for the presentation to be up.
You
No
know,
worries.
yes. Guess who's also here that we are really excited to hear from? They've been doing great job. Jihan from Haya, Washington.
Oh, yes, Jihan is here. Yes, Jihan.
Jihan, are you there? So Jihan, thank you for all the hard work. We're proud of you. Haya Washington is one of the partners, our partners on the ground in Gaza. They have been doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
We agreed to open another, food site in Gaza with their help because they are doing a great job and helping the community. We want to hear any updates from you, Jihan. Thank you for all the great work.
As we talk, Nidal and Karama, we all complete each other. Each one do his part. It is our responsibility and duty. Just now, I was working with the people in Gaza. They update me, but I heard this update from Dr. Through the webinar. They said to us that now the price drop. Still there is the cash interest for the cash, but the prices drop. And he sent me all the prices, the new prices today. And he told me also he is afraid that this is what is called بالعربي يعني it's tactic. It's not Israeli government make it as a tactic now, and the price will go up again. And they allowed for baby's formula to enter just yesterday. Before the baby's formula cost very high price. Now it dropped to $30, and they expect to go to 25, and gradually will be a normal price. But he said that people don't have, all the information we got from doctor when we start the webinar. I got it from the same information that everything now is, not everything, but the majority of food supplies is come through Gaza, but people don't have money to buy it because it's through merchants, and humanitarian aid, it's very risky to go there. It is, every day, he said we lost more than 100 people. They go there to bring food for their children. Their children sleep hungry and cry. They go for to bring food. It's very risky because, and it's this called the red zones. But he said they do that because they don't have any options. They should bring food for their children, because they don't have money to buy food. For that, tekiya is very, very important. It's essential to feed people because they don't have money to afford to buy food for their children. And who go to bring food, it's very risky. He said there is people, gangs who stole aid, but this gangs is organized and they work under, it's organized by the IDF. They protect, IDF provide them with weapons and protect them. They stole the supplies and resell it in very.
Jihan, did we lose you? Jihan? Did Jihan go to Gaza without telling us? I thought he was in DC.
Nidal, maybe you can talk about the pictures that I'm sharing.
Yeah, so this is the project that we have with Haya, Washington. It's in Tell El Hawa. It's a north neighborhood in the Gaza city. And we actually were talking with Mahmoud. He's the one who's running the program there, executing the program. And he said they have been working a lot to distribute lentils versus other things, versus rice and flour, stuff like that, because they think lentils is more healthy. So they agree with the doctors, with the experts that we heard from today. And the other good thing about the lentils is it's still very expensive, but you can serve more people with the limited supply that we have. And actually, the people in Gaza are asking them to add a lot of water on the lentils because they can, whatever their share for the day, they can cut it in or divide it into a more portion that they can use on other days. And whatever is left, they dry it out and they make lentil bread, which is something, I just heard about it from them, from Mahmoud and from Jihan. This is one project. They're doing really great. They're feeding about 300 to 500 families every day in this center, and we are in the process of opening another center in another neighborhood that needs our help. And Jihan, not Johan, Jihan is back. Jihan, did you go to
Yes,
Gaza? Not back or what?
We expect to open another tekiya in Gaza City, also in the north, within a couple of days. I don't know if you heard about that Israeli IDF asked people to evacuate from Daraj and Zaytun neighborhoods. We hope people, it's difficult for people to displace from place to place. We work in near Almina, near the sea. We don't have option. We will continue. There is a lot of challenge, but we choose to continue because really it is our responsibility. We all work together. We all complete each other. We need all the people to work to do their parts.
So there is evacuation orders from some neighborhoods in Gaza already?
Yes, 2 days ago in Daraj and Zaytun. Yes. They ask them to move to go to the south toward المواسي Khan Younis.
Wow. So
Mm-mm.
this is of course a nightmare for the people there. No human being should be asked to leave their houses. We already they have been displaced many times. Whatever small shelters they managed to have or tents, now they have to abandon them and start all over again. This is illegal. This is a war crime by itself under international law. And the lie that they say that they give people notification to move, that does not make it less criminal than this. Imagine yourself, any one of us, just getting a phone call from the government, from anyone, oh, leave your house immediately. You have 10 minutes, you have 1 hour, and we're gonna bomb it, and you go nowhere to go, no logistics, no preparation. So I mean,
And even it's not a safety place. During they prepare to go, you know, they bombed their houses. They targeted them. They killed them. Majority of them, they are elder people, children, and women. Unfortunately, it's a disaster. No word express how much the situation is miserable, really.
So this is a call for all of us, as you heard from our sister Jihan here. You know how bad the situation is, how hard is it to help the people now, and instead of the world stepping in to end this disaster, this catastrophe, this genocide, Israel is planning to make it even much, much, much worse. To have all these people, almost 1 million people in Gaza, to go to the unknown. They're already starved. They're already sick. They're already having, all kind of outbreaks, Guillain-Barré, infectious diseases, diarrhea, respiratory illnesses. They're already malnourished. Their immune system is already bad. And on top of that, instead of the international community stepping in to help these people, Israel is expecting them to go to the unknown on foot in the heat of this summer, with no food, no water, with they have no energy even to walk. I mean, what the international community is expecting from the people of Gaza is anti-human. It's cruel beyond imagination. Cruel beyond imagination. So really, we don't want to get confused in the details. I mean, everyone is trying to help. We're trying to help do everything, but we should not forget that all of this has to stop now, immediately. All of this is intentional. All of this is man-made. None of this is natural. None of this is destiny. It's only allowed because our governments, our systems are allowing it. And we should not be talking about refeeding syndrome that we created. We created the starvation. No doctor, no one in the world should have to talk about refeeding syndrome, about prosthesis for children. Tens of thousands of children need prosthesis that you need to change every 6 months because they are children and they're gonna grow and you need to change the prosthesis. No one should even have to talk about this or to need this. We are needing this because we, the people of the world, are complicit, are silent. We are not holding our governments to account to stop this. This is done with our money. And I think if US or Europe or any country that had some extra money, they can use it for their people, not to slaughter, to amputate, to starve the babies and the children of Gaza. This is enough is enough. We should not allow this to go anymore. And we're happy to have our star, Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for
Oh
joining
my
us.
God, he's here?
Yes. And
Oh.
I know he he's not as cheerful as usual for, I think, good reasons. We're sorry, Dr. Ahmed, but we're happy to see you. But before we go with you, we're gonna hear from Lisa. If you please Lisa, did you fix
I
your
mean,
presentation?
Lisa probably can wait, Nidal, because
Oh, okay. Okay, let's hear from Dr. Ahmed.
Can I mention something before that? Our colleague in Gaza, Wadi' Abu Saud, he asked for medication for his wife. This is, we should focus on, there is a huge shortage of medication. The essential medication, it's not allowed to come into Gaza. This is very important to try to find solution for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ahmad, please.
You're muted, Nidal.
Yeah, we need to advocate to allow unlimited humanitarian aid and medications to Gaza. But for the meantime, if we can help, Jihan, we do have a partnership with two small pharmacies by the MENA. You said you're going to the MENA area. So we do have two small pharmacies there in the MENA. If we can help your colleague, we will be happy to. You can connect us and we can send him to those two small pharmacies. If they have, I mean, they only have few medications left. But if this is if his need is met there, we will be able we'll be happy to help him, please.
Okay, thank you.
By Duar Abu Hasira, by the MENA. If you can get there, okay?
Okay, thank you, Nidal.
Thank you, Jihan. Thank you for the hard work. Dr. Ahmed, ahla wa sahla.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. I mean, usually you are smiling, but you're not smiling today. And that is not a good sign for us. But, تفضل احكي. We don't blame you either way.
I would like to smile, but sometimes the events around you is not allow you to smile. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for Dania, Iman, Roxana, Dr. Tom, of course, Dr. Nidal, Dr. Karama, Jihan, Maribeth, everyone who's sharing this webinar. My friend, I will put you on the updating for the Nasser Medical Complex today. Today in the morning, we we were informed that water is not available in the hospital because there is a problem to supply water because of the engine of water is not working. Also, we has been informed that the shroud of the arrested or the martyrs is not available in the hospital, so they were obligated to deal with this without shroud. You know, every martyr today was put in his place without shroud. The hospital is complaining from a lot of problems. First, I would start from that we are talking about with Dr. Karama and with our colleagues about Guillain-Barré or acute flaccid paralysis. We are waiting for intravenous immunoglobulin, but it's not still available up till now. Also, we are waiting for a lot of medications like insulin pen, like third generation cephalosporin like ceftriaxone, clindamycin, and vancomycin. There is severe shortage in these drugs. Even normal saline, ringer lactate, is not available in the hospital. Today, the reception room in the pediatric department without ringer lactate. Have a lot of cases, exacerbation of asthma nowadays. It is not the time of asthma in our hospital, but you know, there is no gas for cooking. So they are using firing of wood and firing sometimes of plastic, sometimes of raw materials that it pollute the air and make exacerbation of asthma. We saw every day nearly 5 to 10 cases exacerbation of asthma and not responding to bronchodilators. Sometimes we need corticosteroid and methylprednisolone IV, sometimes magnesium sulfate because of severe bronchospasm. Everyone is evacuated in a tent, is in a tight place. He have to make the fire inside this tent because his neighbor is just the separation between them is the side of the tent. So there is no places for fire. He has obligated to fire inside. is انقطع النت.
No, we hear you.
Yes, so-
كمل
yes.
Dr. Ahmed. Mary,
Okay.
are you sharing your slide? Can you unshare it for now, please? Let Dr. Ahmed finish.
Okay.
بس اتفضل, we hear you.
Okay. So, what's the problem for asthma exacerbation? Before this criminal war or this situation, we has to ask the patient to give him sometimes medication in the reception room and ask him to go home and to continue in nebulizer at home, salbutamol, to use the ultrasonic nebulizer. But that system need as soon as possible need electricity, and electricity is not available nowadays. So the patient or the doctor are obligated to admit the patient. So nowadays in the hospital, we have overcrowded area due to 4 diseases. The first one is bronchial asthma exacerbation due to fire and wood burning and plastic burning to make some food for the tent, or to to prepare some hot water, for example, for for artificial feeding. Second disease is acute gastroenteritis. Still, it is challenging for us, as the rotavirus vaccine is still up till now not allowed to get inside Gaza. I don't know what is the why the Israeli forces are afraid about rotavirus vaccine. I hope that the inventor for that wasn't Palestinian or Muslim or something like that. Also, we have also another disease, Guillain-Barré or acute flaccid paralysis. We nearly have cases in the ICU and in the pediatric department. Also, we are talking about the most challenging for doctors is malnutrition and severe acute malnutrition. Every day we are receiving children who came to the hospital either in a critical situation, or children who already did in the tent and came to the hospital as a bodies. So still going on. This is the in the pediatric department. In the maternity department, as I am in the same building, we have also something updating about that. The last statistics of the Ministry of Health, that 40% pregnant women are complaining or suffering from severe acute malnutrition. One from 3 cases of pregnancy are evaluated as high risk group. 1 children from 4 children in Gaza is suffering from severe acute malnutrition. 1 from 5 children is delivered as a premature baby or intrauterine growth retardation. That means 20%. 40,000 infant below 1 year are prone or susceptible to death due starvation. 212 martyrs up till now gone starved in Gaza. From them is 98 children. This is what belongs to maternity and to pediatric. If we shift for the surgical departments, this is more more suffering. For example, my friend, what I want to mention that we are in a critical situation for the ICU beds. Every morning we have a problem that we need ICU bed for pediatric or for adult, and we don't found any places. You know, we lost nearly 20 beds in the European hospital for adult ICU and nearly 9 beds for pediatric ICU in the European hospital. We lost them completely. We already lost the ICU in Shifa Hospital and ICU in Durra Hospital and ICU in Nasser Hospital. So nowadays the only ICUs that it is working suitably is in Nasser Medical Complex, but the overcrowdedness make the achievement of doctors and the outcome sometimes is difficult because of cross-infection and lack of some material like chlorine. The laundry of the hospital is depending 100% on chlorine. Chlorine is missed from Gaza since the beginning of March. We are talking about nearly 150 days without chlorine. The laundry is just depending on water, and this is unbelievable to sterilize the blanket and everything belongs to the hospital. And you know, this is something serious. We asked MSF to do something. We asked WHO to do something. They promise, but I think nothing happened. Okay, let's get out the hospital and get inside the situation of Gaza. You saw a lot of videos, you saw a lot of trucks get inside Gaza. But my friend, the message that we have to notificate for the media and for the world that nothing changed on the land, nothing changed on the land, nothing changed on the land. Today, this is for you. This is for you. I contact one of the drivers of the truck. I know him personally. I asked him why you take this way and you get in El Happy City area and you just wait there and try to allow for people or thieves or gangs to get your truck component or what it contained. He told me, frankly, Dr. Ahmed, we are not allowed to pass that area. If we pass that area, we are under threatened to be attacked or targeted by air drone. So again, what I'm talking about in the last session or the last webinar, that we are under chaos engineering or chaos planning. They don't want that to get inside Gaza to go to the people who deserve it. For example, milk for infant, flour for bakery, for example, food for world kitchen. No, they don't want that. They want among the whole world that everything is get inside Gaza. But look to the Gaza people, they are not organized. They are dealing with that material like thieves, and they took it. We try to organize that, but the Palestinian people, this is their achievement. And again and again and again, if someone try to correct that or try to protect that, he will be targeted. Every day we have martyrs of good and good people who try to protect these trucks and try to allow her to reach to the people who are deserve it, like stores of Ministry of Health, stores of UNRWA, stores of UNICEF, stores of World Kitchen, stores of OCHA, the international organization. So that's what's happening. Again, the need for trucks is 600 truck before the war. Nowadays, just get inside Gaza is just 70 or 60 trucks. All of them are completely stolen by thieves, and then it will be again they will buy it in a high price, so nothing change. For example, the chicken, they promise that chicken will come inside Gaza tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It is frozen chicken, okay? The frozen chicken, 1 kilo is price should be just 15 shekel or 18 shekel. This is equal to $5 or $6. Okay, what they are talking about it, that it will be nearly 150 shekel. This is equal nearly $50 or $60 for 1 kilo. If you have a family, you need two chicken. This is equal 3 kilo. That means you need nearly $150 to feed your family for one session or for one meal. This is unbelievable. Again, there is a lot of thieves. One of the thieves is the Israeli occupational forces. They are taking a lot of taxes on that trucks before they are coming from the people who are dealing with them. They will send him the truck, but they want from the trader who are dealing with them, or to try to put in his account nearly $150,000 for the Israeli forces. If the truck is coming from Egypt, there is another thief. His name is Al-Arjani. He is the head of thieves in Sina. Every truck coming from Sina should pay $150,000 for Al-Arjani. Al-Arjani is one of the bad guys. He looks like a gang in Sina, and he's taking a lot of money from that truck. So this is what the cause, the price of the things coming inside Gaza is very costly and very high. My friends, you have to remember that doctors who are coming to Gaza, if Dr. Nidal or Dr. Karama or any one of you want to come to
I think we lost Dr. Ahmed. Hopefully, he will be back soon. So, of course, from what you heard, Israel is starving the people intentionally. It's engineered. Even the few trucks that are allowed in, when the good people in Gaza or the whatever is left of the administrative system there in Gaza tries to organize this food entry and store it and distribute it in the right way, the Israeli forces attack them and kill them. They only allow some gangs and thieves that are working on their behalf to steal the food and to sell it again in the black market at exuberant prices that are not affordable by the regular people. But since he reminded us, this is also an opportunity. Like Israel is the main criminal here, and the United States is as much criminal because it's the only one that's supporting it fully. But we really need to also bring up the role of Egypt and Jordan in this. And we want to tell Egypt, sorry, Jihan, shame on you, Egypt. Shame on you, Egypt. Shame on you, Egypt, for exploiting the genocide and the starvation of people in Gaza for benefit for your gangs on your side that are sending the money directly to Al-Sisi son, who is working on their behalf and exploiting these starved children. Sisi, shame on you. Shame on your son. Shame on the gangs that you have in Sinai that are taking bribes on people who just want food. Shame on you, Jordan and King of Jordan, because you're doing the same. No doctor, no truck goes through Jordan without being exploited one way or another. Um, I mean, it's not just It's not just bad that you are not intervening to feed the people and to send protective forces to feed the people to protect the victims. It's not just you're not doing this. You are also exploiting whatever few trucks are allowed through the international system allowed in to make profit on top of that. It's blood money. It's a shameful money. عيب عليكم استحوا يا أردن واستحوا يا مصر عيب عليكم العرب كلكم استحوا إشي بخجل وطيتوا روسنا الواحد صار يستحي إنه يحكي إنه عربي. Uh, I'm still waiting. Should I keep cussing the Arabs until Dr. Ahmed comes back or what? I mean, they deserve it, honestly. We can keep cussing. Iman, do you want to join the chorus? Karama, you're muted, Karama, and Iman. Everyone is muted.
Yeah,
Mary
just to
Beth is-
clarify, just to clarify what is happening to the trucks is that before they even get to Gaza, they are being charged a fee by the Egyptians. And then once they get to Gaza, the Israelis are interrupting them with the drones. And whoever the Gaza people organize, because they do have young men who are motivated to organize the aid delivery, whoever does that is targeted by the Israelis. And then there are gangs and people who are not interested in delivering the aid in a good way, who will take over, and we very much suspect that they are coordinating with the Israelis, and that is what everybody in Gaza is telling us. So I think we can ask Lisa to start sharing her slides. I think she's ready.
Hi,
Yalla,
thank you very much.
let me allow you to share because
You saved the Arabs from me, Lisa. Yalla, it's okay.
So I'm going to try and share Lisa's slides. I have my laptop and my phone going at the same time. I'm going to try and share Lisa's slides, but I can see that when I tried to share them before, it cut off the voice.
Try now.
Yeah, let me.
Because yeah, try now.
Let's see if I can talk at the same time. Hopefully this is working. My name is Lisa Goldman Huertas. I wanted to take a moment to share my somewhat unusual background. I'm hoping that it won't seem very unusual sometime soon. I'm a family physician and board-certified breastfeeding medicine specialist in Connecticut in the United States, caring for breastfeeding and lactating patients and infants and young children and their families that come to us for care for a wide range of maternal health and pediatric feeding and weight gain related concerns. Sometimes it seems it's more broad than people immediately imagine. I'm very proud to have been among the very first group of breastfeeding medicine specialists certified by the North American Board of Breastfeeding and Lactation Medicine in 2023. So we are a brand new field. Before we had a board certification for the specialty of breastfeeding medicine, I was an IBCLC as well, or International Board Certified Lactation Consultant. Many people are much more familiar with IBCLCs, and there's many more IBCLCs around the world. I'm originally from Puerto Rico, Puerto Rican, and I'm also Ashkenazi Jewish American. My dad's parents' families were both from Poland, Ukraine, and Germany. And my father had an uncle and a cousin who survived a concentration camp in Germany. I also wanted to share that after initial difficulties with breastfeeding myself, I had the support I needed to breastfeed both of my sons in infancy and beyond infancy. Before I completely dive in, I'm just going to say a very quick word about language. I often use mother and breastfeeding mother to quickly refer to all breastfeeding, but also there's chest feeding, there's breast milk feeding, there's lactating people. I know that my language that's much more summarized in the usual language can exclude people who don't identify with those terms. And it's sometimes imprecise, but I'm hoping for grace as I'm learning to be more inclusive and precise in my language. So first, I wanted to thank Doctors Against Genocide, and specifically, I wanted to say it's an honor to address such visionary and dedicated colleagues as are focused on understanding and stopping genocide from a medical perspective. This is an amazing community of physicians, healthcare workers, and grassroots human rights advocates addressing one of the defining ethical and health crises of our time. The situation in Gaza since 2023 presents some of the most extreme challenges to breastfeeding and maternal and child health imaginable. So many great guests already based internationally, including in addition to in the United States, have been highlighting the importance of breastfeeding to saving lives in children under 5 in the current situation. And I wanted to make sure early in the presentation to mention that infants are not the only ones who I will be talking about as the American Academy of Pediatrics for those of us in the United States, and the American Academy, the American Academy of Family Physicians and the World Health Organization recommend breastfeeding to age 2 and beyond as mutually desired by mothers and infants. And I hope to convince you that breastfeeding is also therefore emergency preparedness in addition to emergency response. So I'll ask Mary if she can go to the next slide. That's just quickly some of the areas I was hoping to cover, since I think that there's so many things I want to share. I will be in communication and see if some of these things that I wanted to share today would be better shared at another time, since I'm mindful of the time right now. Mary, you could just go forward too. Okay, so one of the main reasons I felt like I really wanted to address people is mostly inspired by the work of the Gaza Infant Nutrition Alliance, GINA, and their focus on during the past week from August 1st to August 7th, talking about on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week, highlighting their work and important elements of their work. We can move on, hopefully. This is just a picture of the World, I think it's the World Breastfeeding Alliance that started this World Breastfeeding Week to help us focus on raising awareness and galvanizing action on themes related to breastfeeding. We can just keep going. This is just a slide about GINA. GINA works in many different ways. So one of them is in this awareness raising capacity, but a major part of their work is supporting healthcare professionals within Gaza to ensure mothers receive skilled breastfeeding support that is culturally relevant and that is relevant to the scale of the emergency that people are experiencing in Gaza. Did I lose? So sorry, I lost my screen there for a second. Oh yeah, so there we go. So I hope to at the end share links for GINA. GINA was founded by a Palestinian emergency medicine physician from Scotland who very early on in the crisis was very concerned about infant feeding and initially focused on efforts to increase formula delivery to Gaza, and rapidly realized that the scale of the emergency required a lot of focus on supporting breastfeeding, in addition to working to have free flows of food for mothers and families and infant formula as well. But that breastfeeding support specifically was going to need to be a priority. I think we can move on. So one of the reasons to talk about breastfeeding is two directions. So globally, breastfeeding is severely endangered by a lot of the issues that we are focusing on as an organization. So human rights violations and genocide condition the opportunities for women to breastfeed around the world. Specifically, I wanted to call out genocide and colonialism for destroying communities, knowledge systems, culture, family supports for breastfeeding and caregiving. Without even looking at Gaza. So if we weren't looking at Palestine or Gaza, without like such an obvious extreme event, we could think about the indigenous peoples all over the world, and the fact that our cultures, societies, medical professions all severely undermined breastfeeding to the point where in many countries, breastfeeding was almost completely destroyed. In my own family history, I'm mostly going to talk about the Puerto Rican side. I don't think many people don't know if they were breastfed or formula fed. I happen to know that. Sorry, my children are making noise in the background. Hopefully they're not, no one's hearing. I happen to know that I was mostly formula fed, despite my mother really, really wanting to breastfeed me. Her mother, the reason why she tried so hard is that her mother before her had tuberculosis when she was pregnant with my mother and was advised not to continue the pregnancy, not to have my mother. And she resisted her medical advice to continue the pregnancy. She had my mother. My mother survived. My grandmother survived. And she was the one who strongly told the story about how healthy, how wonderful her breastfeeding experience had been with my uncle. So that is the reason why my mother tried so hard to breastfeed me, and was eventually able to breastfeed my younger siblings, 1 to 6 months and 1 to 2 years. But what I wanted to highlight from it is that the reason why, I breastfed my children and why I went into this field is based on my family tradition, my family culture that was severely negatively impacted by many systemic factors that affect all women around the world, or most women around the world, and are what we are seeing also in Gaza. Some other factors I just wanted to quickly mention is that anything that affects gender oppression, racism, the lack of children's rights, poverty, class oppression, and specifically unethical practices by multinational corporations condition women's opportunities, children's opportunities to access breastfeeding. Usually in the United States and in the West, these questions are dealt with as lifestyle issues. And a lot of us really want to have these conversations as human rights issues. You can go on, Mary. I wanted to highlight some very practical resources for everybody. One is the American Academy of Pediatrics Guideline on Infant Feeding in Emergencies. It is I'm gonna show it very briefly, and it's useful. It's most relevant to the United States, but it's very simple. And so for that reason, I wanted to highlight. There's also the Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine has protocols. I think there's up to 40 protocols that are helpful for all different aspects of medicine and healthcare work. And there's specifically a protocol on breastfeeding in emergencies. We can move on. Okay, so this is this is one piece of the American Academy of breastfeeding medicines, infant feeding in disasters and emergencies.
The screen's playing.
Can you, can you go downstairs?
Not until Dad gives me my screen.
My son is here.
You can join us. It's okay. What's
Say
his
hi.
name?
Say hi. This is Sebastian. Say hi, Sebastian.
Hi, Sebastian. How are you?
Hi.
Okay.
How's your day
Good.
going? Are we taking your
Tell him I
one-hour
said so.
interview?
Okay, go downstairs. Right. So, hey, I can't do it right now.
Lisa?
I'm gonna be
Lisa?
here.
Please get screens.
I'll help you. I promise. I will help you everything later.
You are going to do it right now.
I'm
Lisa.
just gonna mute myself for 1 second while I call in for a reinforcement.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Or we can do it another time, Lisa. Let me see. Can you stop sharing or okay, that's fine.
I'm back, I think.
You're gonna just do just a quick summary, give us like a minute or two, so we
Okay.
don't take away from your
So
time,
this
then we'll
is
do that another
this
time.
is the American Academy of Pediatrics infant feeding in emergency protocol. If you look at, go back, Mary. If you look at the bottom of this chart, one of the main issues is keeping mother and infants together. And then from there, you follow the flow chart. So if mother was breastfeeding pre-crisis, and lactation was interrupted, then provide relactation support. So relactation can mean mother wasn't breastfeeding and help her start breastfeeding again, despite incredibly low production. No.
If you don't help.
I'm very sorry.
I think I accidentally stopped screen sharing anyway.
I can see it. I can still see the screen. So relactation. And so relactation is one of the main things to know is possible. If mother and infant are not together, donor milk, but then also there are also other possibilities. So like wet nursing, for example. And then Mary, maybe we can go to the next one. Next slide. This is a great a big advance in the field. A lot of people think that this protocol was produced in response to the emergency in Gaza. So basically, it's important to provide.
He's not coming.
Much of what we know about the scientific development of formula in the United States came in the 1930s during the Great Depression, when babies were starving to death because mothers couldn't lactate because they themselves were starving to death. And we're trying to feed their babies just like a formula slurry. And babies can't survive on that. And you were seeing like even those who did survive, like brain, like damage to their nervous system. So in the 1930s, different pharmaceutical companies looked into how to make complete infant food because the needs of infants and nutrition are, of course, different from that of adults. And then, like the white colonizer style, it became a predatorial issue in which we convinced women places that their breast milk was no longer sufficient, like Nestle did. It's a soapbox for me. Are you ready to go? Dr. Goldman Huerta.
Yes. Yes, I'm so sorry. So those are just a few other this protocol just in these early sentences. Provide culturally sensitive environments for breastfeeding. Prioritize caregivers of infants in food and water distribution. Focus on keeping mothers and infants together. Providing private and protected spaces for mothers to breastfeed. Identify mothers with difficulties and help them. This is a lot of the focus of Gina. So incredible things are possible. It doesn't mean that, all women will be able to relactate or increase their milk production, or it's not all women, but the idea is to find all the possibilities and support women in all the possibilities. I think that there might be one more slide. Maybe this is the last one.
It's not, yeah, it's not doing
Okay.
it.
So just the specifics, we hopefully will have other opportunities in the future to invite my colleagues from the Gaza Infant Nutrition Alliance to talk about their work, how they make this happen, how they create support for women breastfeeding and provide them with the information they need to do this, and talk to, as a group about the specifics. I wanted to highlight something that Dr. Asfia said once in one of our webinars. She said that genocide is an assault on our neurobiology, and this is one of the forms of neurobiology that is directly related, is the bonding between mothers and infants, is sort of like a way of envisioning what the opposite of genocide is as well. And the last thing I would say is that my colleagues in GINA describe it as a form of resistance. So love as resistance, community as resistance, support for breastfeeding mothers as resistance. Thank you for giving me this time, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Lisa. Great. I love the recommendations and the end. Sorry for taking you away from your son. And as you said, yes, this is genocide is an attack on neurobiology, and it's also actually one of the crimes mentioned in the Genocide Convention definition of genocide, which is, infliction harm on reproductive system, separating the families, like the United States is doing to the immigrant people. Separating the families from their children, or the children from their families, is a form of genocide. What Israel is doing to the Palestinian children, and forcing the Palestinian children and mothers and parents to be. There are many, actually. This is something maybe it's not mentioned a lot in the news. There are many children, boys, girls, women, men, who lost their relatives in Gaza. There are many people, whether injured or comatose or even in the streets. There are children, either their families were killed or murdered, or they lost track of each other. And imagine yourself being displaced from one place to another in a crowded 2 million people place. It's very easy to get lost. So that also, the separation of families, of children and mothers, is another crime of the genocidal entity. Dr. Ahmed is back. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for being with us. Hopefully, we'll get another opportunity to hear more from you. Dr. Ahmed is back. And Dr. Ahmed mentioned something interesting. He said, why does Israel hate the rotavirus vaccine? I mean, it's not a weapon. I mean, Hamas is not going to be giving their people rotavirus vaccine. There's no dual use for rotavirus vaccine. And this is exactly why they don't want the rotavirus vaccine, because they want the people to die. It's part of the extermination campaign. They don't want to save the people. So holding the vaccine and the food, and you think people who are throwing 2,000-pound bombs on children really care about those children surviving, or they want to save them some other way? So holding the vaccine, the medication, the food, the water, along with the bombs. I mean, they could not kill enough people with bombs. That's why they want the rest of the people to die, either through starvation or through disease or through epidemics and all these things. So these are all ways they are deploying at the people of Gaza and Palestine to exterminate them. I don't think they have enough bombs to kill every single person in Gaza. That's why they deployed the starvation, and they also destroyed the sanitation system, the water, which will result in diseases. And they actually said this right before or even after October 7. We don't want to send them food because, yes, those who die from hunger is actually helping us. And we don't, at the outbreak of the polio, we don't want to send them the vaccine because we want those who cannot, that we cannot kill through bombs. We want them to die through, disease and communicable disease and illness and Guillain-Barré and low immune system and all these things. So, but thanks for Dr. Ahmed coming back. I know the situation is tough there. We're happy to see you back. Tfaddal.
Sorry for interruption. My colleague internet here is in the tents is not so power as in the hospital. So sometimes it disconnected. It's not a problem. It just belongs for rotavirus. It belongs to other vaccines. Even Haemophilus influenza vaccine, they have shortage in it. Pneumococcal vaccine have shortage in it. Sometimes, I think the policy of the Israeli government is to make you not alive and not dead. So they like someone is very, very hungry or very thirsty, they give him 2 dropper of water, and this is that what you allow for you, not to die and not to live in dignity or in humanity. This is the policy for them. Every time, every morning, I am awake in the morning after praying. I ask my God that the next 24 hours will pass with safe for the children, for the pediatric, for the maternity, for the hospital, for everything, because every day we have problem in water, in electricity, in antibiotic, in catheter, in bed, in the ICU, in IVIG, in CT system is nearly will be unable to continue. There is lack of CBC. There is lack of packed RBCs. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I swear to God, I start work every morning. Every minute we have problem. Every second we have problem, and we have to solve. You have to contact everyone, please. We want here, we want there, and even you feel that the time is going on, and you don't feel about that time. Oh, we have to leave the hospital now because it's ended, and you are in something like Molinex, and inside it. And
Dr. Ahmed,
yes,
I just
yes,
want to interpret this. What you are saying is literally what it means when they say imposing on the people conditions of life designed
yes,
to destroy them in whole or in part.
yes,
They're imposing conditions on the people of Gaza on every juncture they can, with the aim and the goal to destroy the people there in whole or in part. Exactly. I mean, you are saying it in the from the medical term, from the average human being term. This is the legal interpretation of what the crime that they are doing, and it's all intentional. It's not haphazard. It's not accidental. Every single thing you said
yes,
is intentional. None of it is accidental. Because the vaccine, they
yes,
can get the vaccine in. There is no reason to give you a hard time to get the vaccine. The fuel for the hospital generation, they can give it to you and they can monitor it and make sure it goes just to the hospital, not anywhere else. The medication. So if their intention was really to help, there are so many ways that they can to help, that they can help if they wanted to. If their reason, if their real intention was not to destroy the civilians, also there are so many ways, and Meredith knows that. As an army, you can conduct a moral war that does not include the civilians and that can protect the civilians and their infrastructure. Everything that Israel is doing is intentional. None of it is accidental, and it's all designed to exterminate the people in Gaza and in Palestine in general, the West Bank. But it's more flagrant in Gaza at this moment. So this is the definition of genocide, what you're saying. Tfaddal.
yes. What I want to approve about, we are talking about, Dr. Nidal, that if they felt that there is something to be better, the situation will be better, they will destroy this completely. Yesterday in Deir el-Balah, some of good guys from the families from Deir al-Balah try to protect the trucks and try to allow them to get inside the Deir al-Balah city for the stores of UNRWA and the stores of Minister of Health in Deir al-Balah. That guys who were armed by some guns or machinery guns, they will all of them upon the trucks, and they try to protect these trucks. When they nearly to allow these trucks to make her contact to be in the stores, the air drone targeted them, and nearly 10 of them were targeted and executed, and they were arrested. So if they feel that you will manage your situation, you will find a solution for your problems, they will destroy this, because this is, as Dr. Nidal mentioned, this is the programmed like apoptosis, programmed cell death. They are working on steps. I think if Maisa came from West Bank, she will tell us that it is not this is happening in Gaza, but Gaza is now on focus. I think after finishing from Gaza, they will shift to West Bank, and they will be more aggressive in West Bank, and then they will go on the Palestinian in the 48 land inside the Green Line. Then they will shift to Syria and Lebanon, because this is the concept in their mind. I hope that this will be end as soon as possible, because our people is satisfied about what happened and what are going there. But my impression that they will not stop. They are continued. Even the ceasefire negotiation, they escape from it, and actually they try to make some things that to destroy that negotiation. Even all the international society knows that Bibi Netanyahu is not involved, or he is not intended in any peace, because they are government of war and not government of peace, as this was determined. This is what happened in updating in Nasser Medical Complex. Sorry for disconnection of the internet.
Please don't say the word at all. People of Gaza
Yes.
are not allowed to say sorry. The whole
My
world
friend,
will be sorry for them. Please, you never
my
say this
friend,
again, please.
we are proud of you, Dr. Nadal, and proud for everyone sharing this webinar and Zoom. We will continue, inshallah. Roxana, we missed you last webinar.
I
You are
made sure
shining.
she hears that you mentioned her last time, yeah. And you
Yes,
noticed
thank
her
you.
presence, and Maisa and Dania and Maribeth. I want to highlight a point that you said. Like after they finish from Gaza, they will move to the West Bank. Yeah, of course, this goes without saying. We know that. But I want to also raise the alarm for the international community that nations or soldiers or armies or governments or leaders who are committing genocide in one place, you should not expect them to become very moral when they go to the next place. I mean, if you are a genocidal, if you don't see a value in the life of other human beings, you will always be genocidal. Whether once you finish in Gaza, you go to the West Bank. Even when they go back to their own cities in Tel Aviv or whatever it is, they will deal with each other as, maybe animals, and their crime rate will be high. If they come to the US, they are a threat to the world, not just to Gaza or Palestine or the West Bank. Gaza and Palestine, West Bank are just the first order. And if they are allowed, if they are given the immunity, if they get away with this, they will become a danger to the world. We know that they did commit crimes in Lebanon, in Syria, and they attacked Iran. Jordan, they're threatening everyone. I mean, you think if Jordan says anything, to them, they will be the next in line. If Egypt says anything to them, they'll be the next in line. They feel themselves so empowered because the United States is shielding them and giving them unlimited amount of bombs, unlimited amount of money, unlimited diplomatic cover and protection. The rest of the world is paralyzed, is inefficient, is complicit. So, I mean, the people of Palestine, especially the people in Gaza and the West Bank, are taking the brunt of this, but the rest of the world is going to be next. They are going to come to you wherever you are. If they are this mentally sick to starve babies to death, do not expect them to be nice to you when it's your turn, wherever you are. All these American corporations and hospitals importing the Israeli systems, the Israeli AI, the Israeli genius, the Israeli whatever startups. These are all genocidal systems. And it's coming to you, and they're stealing your data. And all of us, our phones, our machines, they are listening to us now while we're speaking. That's why the sooner the world puts a stop to these people, the safer it's going to be for the rest of the world. If they are allowed to get away with this, everyone is going to be next. They are coming to the police. I mean, the ICE raids, the ICE attack against the immigrant people is all tactics that are learned and trained by the Israeli army and the Israeli soldiers. It's all genocidal. It's all dehumanizing. It's all demonizing. It does not respect human life or dignity. They are coming to our universities. They are coming to our hospitals. They are putting their systems. All this technology, our computers, all Israeli technology that they built through genocide. I don't know what these monitoring systems that they call or security systems. It's all systems that they are experimenting on the people of Gaza, and they are making profit out of them by selling them to the rest of the fascist governments in the world. So they are a threat and a danger to humanity. And it's either we stand up with our people in Gaza and Palestine and save them and save humanity from this imminent danger, or we're going to be next. And as the saying goes, they started with the Gazans. We were not Gazans. We thought we're safe. Then the West Bank, then Jordan, then Lebanon. Then when it came to us, there was no one left to stand with us. That's why we're calling on our colleagues, the humanity, the medical community, anyone in the world to please stand up, use your voice, every power you have with your politicians, with your institutions to make a difference and stop this imminent threat to humanity now. Genocide is the worst and the most dangerous public health hazard in the world, a global public health hazard. And those who are committing the genocide are also the worst threat to human health and human safety and human life everywhere else in the world. So we're going to open it up now. Do you want to say anything else, Dr. Ahmed, or open it to our colleagues to hear from them? Then we finish with you again after I get closing remarks from you.
Dr. Nidal, while the internet was disconnected and I come back, I heard about the breastfeeding. What is your suggestion about the breastfeeding?
Lisa, is Lisa still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh yeah, Dr. Ahmed is asking you what's the main points. What are your suggestions regarding the breastfeeding when it comes to the women in Gaza? If you
one of the main things is to know that there's a myth that malnourished women cannot breastfeed. It's always hard to say that because no one should be malnourished, and when successful breastfeeding, the calories, so a body will often prioritize calories for the infant, which means that the mothers are making a sacrifice. So it's not like eventually they need to replete their micronutrients and macronutrients. So this cannot continue indefinitely. But there are possibilities for women who, say, for example, their infant is fully formula feeding with expert support, especially. Some of those mothers can restart breastfeeding, and some will be able to fully increase their milk production to the needs of the infant. Relactation, support for increasing milk supply, assessment of whether the breastfeeding is adequate to maintain the infant's nutrition, interventions if it isn't adequate, help the mother to increase breast milk, and then also that these are things that are generally not well known to healthcare workers, but it's not only birthing mothers that can breastfeed or lactate. In extreme emergencies, so we know from international literature that women, especially who've had children, who have birthed children, and especially who have breastfed multiple children, can restart breastfeeding just by simply putting babies to breast repeatedly. Like wherever there is a supply of infant food, this process we would like supervise very carefully to make sure that adequate supplement was available. But where you're in a very extreme situation where there's no other food for an infant, anyone who has breastfed before can take on breastfeeding an infant. It comes with the sacrifice it can come with the sacrifice to the mother's health in that case. I also just wanted to mention too that breastfeeding should be protect breastfeeding at initiation, inform mothers before of the importance of breastfeeding, before birth, help them right at birth, help them restart if it's not going well, help them solve the problems, help them restart, but also continuation. So while an emergency is continuing, encourage mothers to continue, keep going as long as they can.
Dr. Eliza, you know Dr. Hanan Soufi?
I know, well, I wonder if she's, I know Rima Soufi and Lobna Zaiza.
Okay, Reem Soufi, Dr. Reem Soufi, she's Gina,
yes.
responsible in London, okay? Should we invite her in next Zoom?
Yes. So we invited her today, but today the Gina folks couldn't come, but I'm hoping very soon they'll be the ones discussing the work that they're doing.
I'll invite her after take permission from Dr. Nidal. Inshallah, next Sunday.
You can invite anyone in the world you want. We are taking permissions from you. We have to keep reminding you of this.
My brother and my friend, and
permission from you. Invite anyone.
Okay, she will be inform us about the difficulties that we have in breastfeeding. This is one of the challenging for doctors and for me, especially as head of pediatric department and maternity department. Every day I'm asking mother, please, breastfeeding. But they have concept, and this is a wrong concept, that malnutrition will eliminate or will decrease the amount of breastfeeding. But with what we know from studies and from a lot of papers that I have read, that just soup of lentil or some water and some dates can give a good amount of breast milk and a valuable breast milk. But they have concept in their mind that they are starved and they are unable to breastfeed. And this is very dangerous because we are already have, as we mentioned before, lack of immunity. If we estimate the immunity of babies in Gaza, I think we have total hypoglobulinemia. IgA is low, IgE is low, IgM is low, IgG is low. If we measure white cell chemotaxis, it is flow cytometry. All of it will be affected, and that's what we saw on the ground on the hospital. Before the war, for example, pneumonia that complicated with a pleural effusion and empyema and need decortication, and after putting chest tube, nearly before the war, we see one case every year or 2 cases every year. In the last 3 months, I saw in my hospital 24 cases complicated by pleural effusion, then chest tube, then emphysema, then decortication of the lung. 24 before the war, 1 case every year. That the number is 1 multiplied by 24. This is unbelievable about the immune system in Gaza. In well babies, not complaining from any disease, no chronic granulomatous disease, no severe combined immune deficiency, no Job syndrome, no T cell affection. They are normal babies, but they have lack of immunity. Again, no one in Gaza has been taking fruit since 2 years. No one in Gaza has taken vitamin C since 2 years. No one in Gaza has taken egg or something like dietary products, something healthy since 2 years. So the immunity is very low. This is what Dr. Nidal mentioned. This is programmed destruction for the people. They are looking for something death, slowly death. Like you put someone in a prison, like what happening in the Arabian regime. They put someone who's refusing that regime in the prison, and they try to not to allow for his medication to get inside him and let him die in peace. This is what happening in Gaza, but not die in peace, die in war. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. We're going to open for our colleagues who did not get a chance to speak to reflect on what we heard today. Then at the end, we'll go back to Dr. Ahmed and Jihan, and if Dr. Hani are still here, to give us also some closing remarks. But let's hear, according to my screen, we'll go to Maribeth. Maribeth, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, your reflection, please. What do you have to share?
I'm actually going to be taking off. There's a protest in Philly happening today at 4 o'clock. For any of the listeners who are from the Philly area, please show up. Let's see, New York. It looks like Tuesday in New York City, there's going to be a DAG contingent outside the UN from 1 to 4. And then on August 23rd is the screening in New York City of Gaza Doctors Under Attack. You can find tickets to that either route through the DAG IG or the DAG website. So a lot of things are happening, a lot of ways for people to get involved.
What are our demands, please?
The demands?
What are the demands? Yes.
Who, like DAG's demands? My demands?
Your demands. Well, we all have the same demand.
Yeah, we all have the same demands. I mean, ideally, like we don't have to drop. I'm trying to use my professional words, and it's a challenge. Clean up my language. How about the Anglosphere just doesn't keep killing people? How about how about we just let people live how they live and we just stop killing them like that? I mean, I think that's pretty basic.
Yep. Stop the genocide. No more excuses, no more games, no more deception to give the perpetrators and the aggressors more time to kill and starve more babies and mothers and fathers and children. Nothing else is enough. Just aid and all these things. It's just they want to force us into the details just to continue their crime.
Well, so, and by the way, there are at least 2 agencies that manufacture that plumpy nut. There are at least 2 manufacturing companies for that in the US. One in Georgia, one in Rhode Island. It is a peanut butter based product, as mentioned. But in January, our president stopped all funding for that. Now, granted, it would come in a box marked as like, here's a gift for you from the United States. But again, the gift needs to be just quit creating starvation conditions. But those 2 businesses in the US that manufacture this product like have been put on hold since like
Can you please share this in our WhatsApp group, in the Hell WhatsApp
Yeah.
group? Because we really
Yeah.
need to brainstorm this and try to reach out to them and
Okay.
see if we can get funding to have them produce at least some emergency supply to the people there. So please let's
Yeah.
take
Okay.
this
Okay.
into
Yep.
more discussion. Yep. Okay, Maribeth, thank you. Dania from New York. تفضل يا دانيا.
Hi, everyone. Some reflections, well, more so some action items. There's been talk that the Republicans are going to counter the Block the Bombs bill. So far, we only have 26 co-sponsors of it, so we encourage everybody to just keep calling. We can't address any of this humanitarian issues without those bombs being stopped from falling. That really has to be our main focus. We can do all the other things, but it really just falls short. And second of all, the GHF is planning to increase its sites. I forget the source, but they're planning on having 19 sites in total. They're really focused on just that being the primary source of aid for the people in Gaza. So we just have to continue conveying the message that these are deadly concentration camps that are being facilitated just to collect biometric data, just to encourage movement from the north. And they're kind of making sure they're all in the southern areas. And yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, I think the GHF thing, expanding it to 16 or 19 sites, is mainly pushed by Huckabee, that the Zionist Messianic war criminal, who's the U.S. ambassador in Israel, who is having, actually, it's his own Jesus, his own Christ. His Christ is a war criminal that's putting conditions on us. You have to kill all the Palestinians first before I come and visit you. So this is your option. And that's this is the God that Huckabee worships and want us, the whole of humanity, to worship. This God is putting a condition that you, Israel, you, United States, you have to kill all Palestinians, all the people there, get all the Jews from the world, put them there. Then I come, after you kill the whole people, after you commit a genocide, then I come to finish the other half of the genocide, which is to give the Jews the option. You're either turn to Christianity or I'll kill the rest of you. So that is our enlightened president, the president of the free world, the biggest country in the world, to Israel, who's worse than Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. I mean, he's advancing. I mean, his policies that he is advancing are worse than theirs. Although he did swear an oath, Huckabee, if you are listening to us, you swore an oath before you left. We know you're a hopeless person. We know you're a Messianic. We know you're a lost cause. But you swore an oath before you left when you accepted this position that you will advance the interests of the American people in that position above your ideological, motivations and interests. So please remember that. You are representing us, the taxpayers, the American people, and the American people do not starve babies to death, do not mass slaughter babies. If there are some Americans who support this, we're ashamed of them. It's only going to be just the minority like you who make either profit from war or have this wrong conception of God, of religion, as an excuse for genocide. So,
and I have one more thing to say. And speaking of representation,
clearance.
Yes.
We just had 20 Republican representatives on what I call a propaganda trip, and probably some kind of mobilization, because a lot of young Republicans, the statistics on Republicans are they're turning against Israel. And we just shipped out a batch of 20 Democratic reps that are also on this propaganda tour. So this does not represent America. I mean, all the polling is showing that America's against this. So we just, for those people on the call that didn't know, that our reps, 40 of our reps, were just there to keep this genocide going.
You mean the reps who are taking selfies and pictures in the tunnels in Israel, in Israeli tunnels, the kosher tunnels? So Israel is allowed to have tunnels, and our Congress people, our elected officials, are, full of smiles, going in those tunnels, taking selfies. But Palestinians, no, cannot have tunnels. I mean, these are terrorists. No, cannot. There is no way. But yeah, APAC, our tax money is okay to send them to the tunnels to take the pictures. And just a reminder, we're actually planning on a campaign to, again, not that we really respect them too much, but since they are, there, at least ask them to go and visit the doctors, the nurses who are being detained and tortured illegally in Israeli camps as a healthcare community. This is the least we can ask our representatives. Since they're there, go visit Dr. Abu Safia, visit his colleagues, make sure they are safe, make sure they are okay, and visit yourself those GHF sites and make sure you visit them in what do they call it? Non-planned visit to see the real circumstances, not to give them notice so they can prepare everything and everything looks cool and quiet and nice. So go there as an unexpected visit. And if you are really, really American, if you are really patriotic, if you have any grain of humanity on you, go visit the children in Gaza and go visit Dr. Ahmed and go visit Nasser Hospital and see things for yourself. So we stop the game of, oh, this is propaganda of Hamas, propaganda of this. You are there. You might as well go and visit it. Dr. Ahmed, would you extend the invitation to them to come to visit you?
Yes,
Okay,
this is
so to our colleagues, senators, I mean our elected officials, Gaza doctors, Gaza people are inviting you to go and visit Gaza and see for yourself, and they will make sure that you are safe, and they will make sure they will share whatever pieces of bread are left there with you. تفضل Dr.
Yeah.
Ahmed.
Yes, sure. This is an invitation for everyone to come in Gaza. Again, my friend, we have to deal with the world. With everyone will make our voice to be loud and to get outside Gaza. You know what's happening every day in Gaza is unbelievable, and you can't imagine. You have to come and say. You know, sometimes we have in a group on WhatsApp, there is Dr. Muhammad Saqer sometimes putting some pictures. I feel that our member in that WhatsApp group, Dr. Nidal and Dr. Karama and everyone are surprised about the pictures and what is happening in Gaza. What's happening in Gaza is unimaginable. You can't imagine what's happening in Gaza every day, every minute, every second. There is something happening and not belongs to humanity and rights for Palestinian people to live. I think after this war is ended, we will make textbook like Nelson in pediatric, like for foreign textbook about the what happening in criminals, what happened as a crime in every family, every member was he has against him taken a crime from the Israeli authority. Again, we invite everyone to visit us, but please, if you come, you have to come with something like shawarma, pizza, something like that. Okay, Dr. Nidal. Okay, Dr. Karama.
Okay, so this is an invitation from Dr. Ahmed to Ambassador Hokabi. Hokabi, if you are American, if you really care about America, if you care about the truth, if you have any humanity in you, if you are a real follower of Christ, go visit Gaza yourself. Go unnoticed visit to Gaza or the GHF. Do not go on a visit that everything is prepared for you to show the PR images that everything is cool. This is also an invitation to our elected officials. This is also an invitation to the mainstream media and the journalists, the international journalists. You have to go and visit. You either take the truth from the Gaza people as they say it. If you have any doubt, any suspicions, you have to go and find out for self. We are not going to believe the Israeli or Netanyahu propaganda or Huckabee or Trump or anyone else. The only truth that really counts is the truth of the victims the truth of the Gaza people in their accent, in their broken English, in their brown skin, in their dusty hair. They are the only one who are speaking the truth because they are the one who are experiencing the pain. No other truth counts as much. And if you don't believe it, the only way for you to verify for real is to go there and visit or take their words at their face. No more, oh, this is complex, this is complicated, they're lying, they're making it up. You are the one who are making it up because we know you are enabling the genocide. You are the one who manufactured the consent for this genocide, and you continue to do so. So thank you, Iman Husni. Oh, Karama, تفضلي.
Yeah, I just shared something in the chat that is very concerning. A communication between several UN bodies and the Gaza Humanitarian / Holocaust Foundation. And it just makes it very concerning that everyone is complicit in the genocide in Gaza, even the United Nations. The United Nations could have been way more aggressive in pushing the aid, in raising the alarm, in deploying every mechanism to end genocide that they can do, but they are choosing not to do that. They give statements that vary in strength, but ultimately they have been impotent by choice. And this is another complicity that we have to deal with in Palestine.
Okay, so Iman, forgive me. I know you're next, but Tom has to go and pick up his son soon. So if you don't mind, I'll have Tom go first because we're scared from Tom and having conflict with his son. So, okay.
And I'll be very short. And thank you, Iman. We needed to save the best for last anyway. One of the things that I've been reflecting on is this idea that, eventually the genocide will come to us. Eventually it will get us. And I think we need to think instead of all the ways that it is already getting us. Of course, it's not the level of intensity, of course, that we have in Gaza or the West Bank or anything else. But I think about the dozens of colleagues I have who've had their conscience obliterated, right? Who I would have never expected would be silent with something like this that is happening, right? So the conscience of so many people who seem to be caring people before has been utterly obliterated. We in Flint just a couple days ago, you can watch the video of white police officers coming upon a food truck that was serving food and spraying black customers who were waiting for their food with mace, just spraying it as if it were bug spray. And so this notion of just extermination, of treating the other, of treating people like they are pests to be exterminated, is becoming universalized. I mean, of course, we have a long history in the United States as well, but the arrogance of it, the abruptness of it, the intensity of it is increasing. Our universities are being sacrificed and depleted. You can't believe the damage that has been done to universities and that will really unfold as this next school year begins, with grants destroyed, with professorships cleared out because of the destruction of those grants, all because of the supposed care for the comfort level of Jewish students on campus. All of these things are related, right? So I'll keep it there. But let's we already know about policing in the US has long been shaped by Israeli styles. That all of those technologies of controlling people, and technology is not just like hardware, but of strategizing about how to control crowds, all of that, the psychological operations, all of that is coming to our shores already. And I apologize. I thank you so much to Dr. Ahmad and to the others who are not with us anymore. Dr. Bani is still here, I see. And I do have to run to get my son before the time is up. So thanks, everybody. See you on chat and next week as well. Bye.
Thank you, Tom. Stop by Dearborn whenever you can, please.
Yes.
Iman?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with my thoughts today. I really wanted to thank Dr. Ahmed and Munder and all of the people in Gaza for their testimony today. I wanted to thank Hajja and Dr. Bani also for reminding us that this is not just in Gaza, this is all over. I know that many of you guys are probably feeling the same. It's quite overwhelming to hear, to see what's happening in Gaza over and over, and then feel like, like, why isn't something changing? Like, I feel so bad, Dr. Ahmed, that we haven't been able to change anything for you, and then to hear that it's happening in other places and to see what's happening here in this country. Like I said, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. We won't stop. We have to find a way. I don't know. I've lost hope in these stupid Congress people and presidents and all these people. It has to come from the people. We have to find a way to make people, care. All these people that supposedly care, we have to, and have them pressure, because these people, they're bought, they benefit, they've lost their humanity. I don't know. And, in Islam, we talk about about people's hearts being closed, right? It's like black. There's nothing left in those people. And I don't think there is anything left in Trump or Netanyahu or these people in Congress, unfortunately, and so I think we need to really focus, on the people. It has to be a grassroots movement of the people somehow, to, get the aid in, to stop the bombs. There are people who are doing it. It's just not enough. So I'm sorry that I have anything really like positive to say, but Dr. Ahmed, I appreciate you coming on every week and everything that you're doing. And, you saying that every second is a problem. Ya Rabbi, you give you the strength, inshallah. I miss not seeing your son today. He always is a very bright note. And Ya Rabbi, dik afia. And sorry, assalamu alaikum.
دكتور إيمان.
ترد عليها، تفضل يا أحمد ترد عليها.
نادي محمد. Please, your support for us, your heart feeling, we feel about everything. Your words are touch our heart. Every letter, every word, everything you are talking about is touch our heart, and this is makes a lot of support and make us more stronger. And we have to continue, and we have to stay. Again, my friend and my sisters and my brothers here. We are taking a lot of energy and a lot of fuel from this webinar. Sometimes I'm started weak, and at the end of the webinar, I'm more stronger and more able to continue, inshallah. We promise you that we will not stop. This is our duty. This is our, we have to continue. This is our people. We have to manage our people. We have to treat our children. We have to save what we can do. We will not stop, and vice versa. We are more stronger than before the war. This is Muhammad here. Want to say hello for you.
محمد كيفك محمد؟
هاي الحمد لله تمام.
I mean, you thought the day will go by without seeing you? What's wrong? Why? Are you mad at us?
No. Of course, I can't be, man.
منيح انك جيت، الله يخليك. كيفك؟
الله يسعدك يا رب. الحمد لله, it's all good.
منور. It's always good to see your smile.
الحمد لله.
So we get strength from your smile, Muhammad. Muhammad, على فكرة, is doing a great job with his colleagues. They are working on the soup kitchens. They are helping a lot of families, and we'll continue to work with them. And mashallah, عنه, he's 19, but he is helping the people, the civilian, the victims, more than the president of the biggest country of the United States, who calls himself Trump. So thank you, Muhammad. It's good to see you.
My pleasure. I mean,
yeah, تفضل يا محمد.
It's the minimum what we can do. I'm the one who's supposed to thank everyone who is feeling of the people in Gaza and Palestinians. I'm the one who's supposed to thank everyone who's donating and who's sending money to Gazans or sending support, even if it was like money or something else. something else, but it's just so appreciated and it's respected. And Dr. Iman, I really respect and appreciate what I can see, and I can feel your feelings. And from someone who is living in Gaza now, this is so respected and appreciated. I'm gonna respect that all the time. Thank you so much for your feelings.
Love you like my son. I make dua for you and your father every night and every morning at Fajr. I make dua for you. Inshallah, Rabbana protect you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Muhammad, it's our duty. It's nothing. What we are doing, it's nothing. This is the minimum. You are hero, really. Yani, we are honored to have this chance to do that. This is minimum.
Inshallah, inshallah, everyone will visit Gaza. I promise that you will enjoy that visit, and it will be something beneficial, not for us, but for him. You know, a lot of groups and doctors who visited Gaza, I sit with them. I told them, please, you are suffering here. You are far away from your family. You are suffering. You know what he's told me, that he want to come back again and again because he feels something comfortable in himself, and that God will protect her family in the site that he left them. When he go back to Egypt or America or United Kingdom, I found a lot of them. I contact a lot of them. They told me that we feel about al baraka feeling. What is al baraka feeling? That everything is money is good, health is good, their children is good, because they are feeling about Muslims in Gaza, their brothers and sisters in Gaza, and their children. So we are proud for every one of you. But دكتور نضال الولد هذا بده يسافر ويسيبني.
مين؟ على فكرة he's trying to trick me into helping him. So I mean that organization, he's my friend who's running that organization. So I can make it or break it, Muhammad. So I don't know.
But I allow him to travel if it's possible, and he will come back inshallah after finishing his study. Because
do you want us to help him? Do you want us to help him or no? Or you keep it there?
I will. He lost 2 years. It is enough. He has to finish his university study.
And he's only going to Jordan, which is close by. It's not too far.
والله يا دكتور نضال, يعني I believe that my qualifications is more than enough. I just need to be يعني fair enough. يعني I need to be fair to, if it's fair enough, I'm gonna travel. That's all. And one more thing, from the land of olive trees and from the place of dignity, I'm sending regards to all of you, and I swear and I promise we will always pray for you, and we will make dua, because we can see the people who feels the suffering and the pain of Gazans, and this is just on top of our heads. This is what we can do for you. We would always thank you, and we will just make dua. So this is what we can do. Thank you so much.
So Muhammad, regarding the scholarship, let's keep talking about it. We'll try our best, but believe me, I mean, if you really want it and your dad is okay with it, inshallah, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, he's okay, right?
Okay, good.
He is.
You got it. Got it. Now, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The people of Gaza do not need to thank us. I don't deserve to be thanked. DAG does not deserve to be thanked. None of us deserve to be thanked. No one in the world deserves to be thanked. What the world committed and what the world perpetrated on the people of Gaza is beyond all the treasures of the world. It's beyond all the money in the world. What the people of Gaza have endured in the last 2 years, and before that 20 years, and for that 75 years, is something no money in the world can buy. For the child that was with Karama the other day, who lost all her family and 3 of her limbs, and she's now in Boston, nothing in the world can pay for that. Not America, not Europe. No one is going to bring her family back. No one is going to bring her limbs back. She's a 15-year-old now with 1 limb, and no family. So do not thank us, please, okay? We owe you, the whole world owe you more than any money in the world. Okay, Roxana, if you're ready now, if not, we'll go to Ashraf. I know we're all tearing now. So, but okay, before we go, one more point. Iman, you made a profound point without maybe paying attention. You said you're not helpful. What you said today, that there are people who have their hearts are dark, their hearts are closed, there is no hope in them. That is what's called genociders, people who commit genocide, nations that commit genocide. Those people have, there's no hope. They have no moral, they have no moral insight that you can appeal to. That's why no genocide in history ever stopped on its own. The Holocaust have to be stopped by force. Cambodia have to be stopped by force. Rwanda has to be stopped by force. Bosnia have to be stopped. You cannot negotiate with people who don't see you as a human being. You cannot negotiate. They have been playing games for 2 years, negotiation back and forth. Do you think they cannot make a deal? They can, but they don't want to because they have no heart. They have no soul. There is no way they can change. All of a sudden, oh, wake up. Oh, we were doing wrong. I'm sorry, people of Gaza. We didn't know. No, they knew. Everything is happening. It's intentional. They know it, and they feel it's right. They feel it's justified. That's why the international community, including the UN, I know Karam mentioned, the UN is the first complicit in this war crime. We don't want your empty statements, Guterres. We want you to say this is genocide. We need to deploy forces to protect the victims, to get aid in. We don't want to live at the mercy of someone as criminal as Netanyahu or Trump or Ben-Gvir or Smotrich. We don't want 1,000 trucks a day. What is the point of sending me 1,000 trucks a day if you can stop them tomorrow? It should not be your call to start with. You are the criminal here. The criminal has no choice, should not choose what to get in, what to get out. The only choice for him is to be in The Hague. All these war criminals should be tried. That's the only thing we need to hear back from them when they are in jail and being, held accountable for their crimes. I don't care. It's 100 trucks, 50 trucks, 1,000, give even 10,000 trucks. That's not the point. As long as Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir decide tomorrow we can turn it off, then there is no point. You cannot leave the criminal. I mean, even the regular crimes. Do you appeal to the rapist? Do you appeal to the criminal to stop, to wake up? That's why we have jails. That's why we have criminal system. These people are beyond repair. They need to be crimed. The Arab countries, especially Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, all the major Arab countries, you are complicit in the genocide of the Palestinian people. You are all criminals. You are participating in the crimes. We are not asking you to send troops or launch wars. At least stop the bandura. Aib alaykum. Stop. Do sanctions on Israel. Boycott. Isolate Israel. And I remember you had airplanes and you had armies when it was something coming from the east side, from Iran. Where are your armies? At least feed the children. If you know how to get your airplanes to do these parachutes, these PR stunts to send aid in, then I think you can get your trucks to go in, despite Israel, not with the approval of Israel. It's embarrassing, Sisi and King of Jordan and everyone else. Roxana, sorry, good, I'm changing the mood a little bit so we're not crying. Go ahead.
Thank you, Nadal. So I wanted to just say that I really appreciate our colleagues in Gaza coming every week. I think I speak for all of us, Dr. Al-Farah Muhammad, when I say you guys are really the highlight of the week for many of us. Seeing you really, warms our heart and does keep us going. On that note, I think it's so important to have that compelling testimony that our colleagues in Gaza do provide. And I actually have something that was sent to me last night from a medical student. His name is Adnan Isa. He wanted me to share it. It was his message to the world. So I'm just going to read what he said. He's a fifth-year medical student, and he's been working, day and night since all of this started. So I'm going to just read his message. He says, "This is my message for the real humans who have real feelings about Gaza and what happened here in Gaza. I want to speak up. I want the whole world to stand with us and fight for us and be with us. Now we are going through a real hard time and a terrible time. We need you to stand by us, to fight for the hungry and weak people, for the kids who are dying here. We just want to feel like we are really actually human like everyone else. I don't want to feel like I'm a number in this life. We are not a number. We are human. We love life. We die. We are being killed. All of Gaza is like one big target by the occupation, and things are getting worse. I'm saying these words from real pain inside because of what we've lived through. You are our only hope to stop this genocide and all this madness. Keep going and fight for the children and the women, the medical field especially. They are dying. They are doing their best. The doctors, the nurses, the entire medical field. We need your fighting. We need your support. We need everything from you. This is my message for the real humans who feel about Gaza and feel about all of us. Thank you so much. And he gave that to me as a voice note, and I plan on putting a post on social media, but I transcribed it so I could share it with you guys today.
Thank you, Roxana. Yes, we should remind ourselves that despite all the catastrophe visited on the people of Gaza, there are still more surviving children, more surviving mothers and fathers and doctors and colleagues and civilians in Gaza than the one we lost. So we cannot give hope because those survivors still need us. I know we failed the ones that we lost, but we should not fail the ones who are still surviving. That is our promise. That's why we cannot give hope, although it's very tempting, it's very discouraging. And our politicians, actually, this is also by the design. This is a Zionist project too, to make people lose hope. This is also by design. These people are so weird that they studied even this, how to make the rest of humanity give up hope, how to make the activists give up hope, how to make the movement lose hope, because that will give them more time to do it. So this is also by design. It's intentional, and that's why we need to resist. We need to stay strong, and the worse they go, to stay stronger, because there are still more people who need us, and we need also to put an end to their designs and to their projects that are anti-human. Dr. Abul Aziz, are you still there? Doctor, sorry for the delay for you. Ashraf.
Yes,
هلا يا
I'm
باشا،
here.
يا هلا
Thank you.
نورك.
أهلا
هاي
أهلا
مصر اللي بدنا
بيك.
نسمعها، مش مصر السيسي، بدنا نسمع منك. You are
الله
the
يخليك الله
representative of
يخليك.
Egypt, not Sisi.
الحمد لله الحمد لله. يعني this was overwhelming, really. I mean, had been what, 4 hours now. I mean, there had been a lot that had been said, and a lot of emotions, a lot of information. And I just want to start by reciting a verse from the Quran. ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين. Iman, please don't give up and don't despair and don't get sad. We are better than them, and we know that, and we have to keep our heads up, and we should not give up on this cause. The only thing that Allah is asking us to do is to do the best that we can do to help the oppressed, to help the poor, to help the needy, to help those people. The results are in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We don't owe the results. I mean, it feels so bad to see what is going on over there, but we should not despair at any time. ولا تيأسوا من رحمة الله. So this is our motto. The second thing, of course, it's always a pleasure to see Dr. Ahmed and Muhammad, his son. I mean, this gives me always, with their smile and their attitude, that give me hope that the future is going to be much better. Alhamdulillah. Few reflection on what was talked about today. One of the things that I really appreciated is that we talked about Congo, we talked about Sudan, and before that we talked about Tigray, and we should be including this. Doctor Against Genocide should be against genocide anywhere. Gaza is our first priority, but the rest of the world is also our priority. And we should be involved with that. When we meet with the politicians, we should have something. We are not well versed in this kind of conflicts. So maybe the speakers that talked about this specific conflict today, they may give us like a one-page summary with 2 requests regarding what we need to submit to the politicians. I think this is going to give DEG more credibility towards the politician. One of the questions that always being addressed when we talk about Gaza, yeah, you talk about Gaza because it's the Jews, you are anti-Semite. Why you're not talking about Congo? Why you are not talking about Sudan? Why? So we need to be addressing them. But for politicians, they need something specific to be addressed to them. And I mean, not that we are hoping that those politicians are going to be changing much. We know that the orders come from the top. It is Trump. It is Trump and the people around him. And to get things changed from top to bottom, we have to move the grassroots. And the only way I see it, living in the US for 30 years now, to get things moving in this country is to talk to people about something that affects them personally. And the way I'm looking at it right now is that Trump is taking us the same way Hitler took Germany in the 1930s toward the Nazi regime by silencing all opposition, by canceling parliament, by taking like a common enemy against everybody. Trump talks now about immigrants. Immigrants is the enemy for America. They are the reason for everything, all the troubles that we have. We have to. This plan is going towards fascism and Nazism. And it's very obvious, and people don't understand. But once people realize that this is going to be affecting them on personal level, because I mean, as an American, I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but I mean, the most they care about is the football games, the NBA, the next concert they are going to, the next vacation, the next. I mean, yeah, they can see pictures, they can feel bad about starving kids, but when they feel that the whole system, the whole democracy, the whole everything that this country was built upon is going to be demolished by Trump and his cronies, that may wake them up. At least the educated people, they are going to wake up about that, and then they're going to start talking about it. So we need to focus also on grassroots, explaining them the big scheme and showing to them. So this is my second point. This third point is that Egypt, and I'm from Egypt, I'm originally from Egypt, I'm proud to be Egyptian, but I hate this Sisi and his gang. I mean, these people have no, يعني يخافوا ولا يختشوش. This is exactly what they are. يخافوا ولا يختشوش. And that's why he opened a little bit the border and allowed some of the trucks to go in, because he felt the pressure. And we need to put more pressure on them. And maybe Dr. Ahmed and Muhammad, they can help us with that by giving us some concrete evidence about Al-Arjani and his gang in Sinai and all what they are doing at the borders, taking those bribes to get the trucks to get in. I mean, that could be, and then we have to put this on our platform, and we have to put it on social media. We have to even take it to the mainstream media to expose those people, because they are not going to be doing anything. I mean, like the day before yesterday, they had a $35 billion contract with Israel to buy Egyptian gas that they gave to Israel. I mean, what? I mean, they are the lowest of the lowest. And unfortunately, the Egyptian population is doing nothing about it. I know that for a fact because I see my family members, I see my colleagues, I see the people back there. They are not talking about it. And it hurts me so much, but we have to put the pressure. And the way of doing this is to protest in front of their embassies everywhere and to expose them in the media everywhere. They get scared. When they get exposed, they get scared and they do something, not out of their good hearts, but because they get scared. So, I mean, these some of the points that came to my mind today when I was listening, and I would like to thank everybody about it. And specifically, I would like to thank the people from Gaza, Dr. Ahmed, Mohammed, Nizar, everybody who are holding their grounds and holding their grounds for all of us, for all humanity. Thank you, and Jazakumullah khair. And salam
Thank
alaikum.
you. Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you. Yes, I agree. I'm happy you mentioned the ayah from Quran about sabr, about not giving up. And as you said, it's always darkest before the dawn. And as Nelson Mandela said, I know I keep repeating this, Roxana might laugh at me, but yes, it always feels impossible unless it's done. I do have a strong conviction that Gaza is going to free us all. If it's not for Gaza, none of us will be here. None of us will be daring to speak like this from the United States or Europe or anywhere else. So Gaza is already freeing all of us. Gaza is already exposing all what is wrong in this world, all the systems that are exploiting people. I know not too many people are talking about Congo and Sudan, but what's happening in Gaza exposing the systems that are causing Congo and Sudan too. So in any way, Gaza is even helping the plights of the Congolese people, the Sudanese people, because once we fix those broken systems, once we hold the politicians accountable, that's going to fix it everywhere, not just in Gaza. So we are thankful to our people in Gaza because their sacrifices, the tons of sacrifices that they already shared, is going to help all the humanity. And again, we cannot give up hope because there are still more survivors there who need help. And we cannot give hope because of ourselves. We cannot accept it on us as human beings to live in a world that is completely unjust like this. And we cannot accept it for our children. Can we inherit such a broken system to our children? Do we trust our children to live in such a world? So, if anything, even if we don't want to do it for the people of Gaza or Sudan or Congo, we should do it for ourselves. I don't want my children to grow up in a world that is controlled by criminals like Netanyahu, the Zionist system, the white supremacists, or everyone else. We need to regain our humanity, put it back on the right track for the betterment, for the goodness of all human beings, for the safety of all human beings. We are not against anyone. There is enough in the world for everyone to be safe, to be happy, to have enough food, to have enough money to work. There is no reason to destroy most of our humanity, exploit it just for the benefit of the 0.1%, or a lobby here, or an AIPAC there, or a Zionist or a supremacist here and there. We're against all supremacist theories, whether they are Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, atheist. We are for humanity. Anyone who's extreme, anyone who's supremacist, anyone who does not appreciate the value of human life, every human life the same, is someone we should exclude, we should marginalize, we should take the power from them. The power should be for the people, for the sake of the people. And at the end, if Dr. Bani, Dr. Ibrahim is here, Dr. Bani is here, if he wants to share any closing remark, Dr. Bani? I'm not sure. But also, I want to remind everyone that we do have a campaign to send food and aid to Gaza. Please go to our website or our Instagram, donate to help the people in Gaza. We're trying to help as much as we can. We know it's not enough, but at least doing something better than nothing. Donate at our website, doctorsagainstgenocide.org, or the Instagram for the food and DAG relief campaign. Donate also for the Al Shifa Hospital, Field Hospital building. That project is going on as well, and hopefully we will complete it despite Israel, despite Netanyahu. We also want to remind everyone that there is a Doctors Against Genocide conference. Our annual conference is going to be next month in Ann Arbor, Michigan, at the University of Michigan. It's going to be September 2021. Dr. Ahmed is going to be also a great guest speaker. The main speaker. I wish it can be. Hopefully, it's gonna be in person, but in a month. But if not, gonna be in Zoom. But the best thing in the world, the best wish in the world is if we can have Dr. Ahmad and Dr. Abu Safiya speak at DAG conference in person in Ann Arbor, Michigan, University of Michigan, September 2021. So please register, please spread the word. Hopefully our wishes will be granted and we will see them in person. If not, we will see them in Zoom. Thank you everyone for the support. Dr. Bani, I think maybe is not with us anymore. Dr. Ahmed, if you wanna, Dr. Ahmed and Jihan, just share any closing remarks from Jihan. Dr. Ahmed will end the day. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nidal, please, I want to thank Dr. Ashraf. In fact, he has the spot diagnosis. What happened?
Ashraf, are you there?
Anyway,
Yeah.
Dr. Ashraf.
Yes, I am there. Yes, I'm driving. That's why I got my camera off. I'm sorry. Yeah.
God bless you, Dr. Ashraf, because you
Allah يخليك. تسلم Dr. Ahmed.
You made a spot diagnosis about the situation. You know, the Arabian regime around Palestine, they are all of them protect the Israel government. And when our father and mother, when we were young, they told us that Israel will not be available to be here without the protection of the Arabian regime. We were thinking that they are talking about something beyond the theory or some, but actually when we are grown up, we know that, unfortunately. And if any regime, if any regime try to try to make himself dependent on make his food or make his gun or make his drugs, he will be executed and he will be in jail, and like what happened in Egypt. I don't. I want to indeed about what you said, my brother. ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين. وإن شاء الله نعلو عليهم ولا يعلون علينا.
آمين يا رب العالمين.
I want to tell everyone, please remember what's the date today. The date today, we are in August. Okay, August. My friend, remember, within 48 months, 2 years from now, inshallah, I'm sure from that, I saw that in my dream, and a lot of people saw that, and that's what our God promised. Gaza will be a tourist attraction, mazar siyahi. No one will live in Gaza because we will come back to our land, to Yafa and Haifa and Akka. Remember, just 48 months we will be there. Inshallah, we will invite Dr. Ashraf to be in the
So I'll come and eat the shawarma in Gaza, inshallah, from your restaurant.
الشاورما هناخدها في نابلس وفي
إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله رب العالمين. Even for Christian, you will visit the church, inshallah, in Jerusalem. I'm sure from that, as I see Dr. Nidal and Dr. Iman and Dr. Dania and Dr. Karama and Dr. Ashraf and Dr. Roxana and Jihan and everyone and Maribeth, as I know that you are on the other side of that webinar, I'm sure that within 48 months, inshallah, we'll be back to our land. And we'll invite everyone who's Muslims, Christians, from any nation to visit Palestine, because Palestine from the river to the sea, this is the as no fact, if you don't mind, this is belongs to Sykes-Picot borders. The origin that we are brothers, Egyptian, Palestinian, Jordans, we are brothers, and we are nations as Arabs or Muslims or Christian. We are brothers in that land.
And Dr. Ahmed, don't forget that we have a lot of non-Zionist Jews who are supporting you in our group and everywhere. So these are our brothers as well, and they are going to be welcome as well,
Yes.
as long as they are not supporting the Zionist regime. So
Yes.
people from all over the world will be welcome, inshallah, in Palestine, the liberated Palestine, inshallah. And this will
As
happen like
Umar
you
ibn
said.
Khattab, as Umar ibn
Yes.
Khattab mentioned, it is for Muslims and Jewish and
Christians and
Christians. Yes, and
everyone.
everyone. This is belongs for everyone. Everyone can deal with the church, with a mosque, or what he want to do. But again, this is belongs to everyone. We are brothers and sisters. We hope that يرونه بعيدا ونراه قريبا إن شاء الله.
Inshallah,
شكرا يا
inshallah, sooner
دكاترة.
than later, inshallah.
Yes, شكرا. I want to give what they call it, closing remarks for Jihan. Then we want to hear back from Karama. Karama was doing an interview in Al Jazeera English, so we want to hear how her interview.
Arabic.
Arabic مش English.
Arabic.
العربي ورانا يا كرامة. يلا أهلا وسهلا. يلا منيح. Jihan, please conclusion remarks from you and about your work. What do you want us to do? What do you want the people to do to support your work more? Then we'll give it to Karama to close. Bye, guys. We have to congratulate yourself. This is the record level. This is the longest webinar we had so far. We usually our longest one, the record was 4 hours. We're already at 4:25 minutes. So I think it's going to be more than 4 hours, 30 minutes before we close. It's all because of Daniel's fault. Not keeping.
The situation in Gaza when Dr. Al-Farra is here, I know this family Al-Farra very well. I'm from Al-Husseini family.
عرفي على حالك يا جيهان. احكي له أنا الحسيني برضه.
جيهان الحسيني. My grandfather was the mayor of Gaza. فهمي المحامي فهمي الحسيني. He established New Gaza. Rimal district neighborhood, you heard about Fahmi al-Husseini. You can't mention Gaza, the history of Gaza, without mention Fahmi al-Husseini. He was a national and very loyalty for Palestine. And Palestine in the past and till now, inshallah, ya Rabbi, there is a lot of leaders, national leaders and educational people. He carried PhD in 1929, there is a great history for Palestine. And I'm optimistic like Dr. Al-Farra, inshallah, Palestine will be free. Palestine will let the world will be free after Palestine. Really, Gaza became the history. And always Gaza is targeting because it's the title of refugees issues. Refugees issues. This is not Israel not allowed about refugees issue. They targeting refugees issues, and more than 70% of the population of Gaza, they are belong from 1948 occupied Nakba. For that, when you go to Gaza present all Palestine. You heard different accent. Some people say Gal, some people say Qal, some people they speak different accent because they are from different parts from Palestine. Inshallah. Okay, we work we work with, alhamdulillah, it's honor to us to work with you, doctors against genocide, and we need all to work together to continue. We have a lot of challenge, but inshallah we'll continue with your support. And you are the basic on the ground. You are the hero. Really, I took that from the bottom of my heart. We have a team in Gaza. They work. We are journalists in different parts of Gaza, in the north and in the south, in Gaza city and in Khan Yunis and Rafah. You are heroes, the journalists, the doctors. You are the hero, and we have the strength from you. Really, thank you for everything.
Dr. Jihan, I want to tell you something. I'm not from Gaza. My mother is still alive. She's from Yafa in Nuzha. Yafa in Nuzha. This is one of the famous.
Nuzha.
Yes, yes. She told me she's alert and she's aware about everything. That Farid al-Atrash and his sister Asmahan visited Yafa with his car. His car was weak American car, which is white and opened, and they visited Yafa and they tried to get inside the cinema and to see a movie in Yafa cinema that days. And my mother also told me that a lot of Jewish refugees who came to Yafa before 48, they were treated for lices in their hair and their head. They were dirty, and my mother told me that her father was not a pharmacist, but he's know something about chemical material that treating skin disease, lysis, something like that. His name is Hashim al-Nazli. He was a famous man in Yafa Nuzha. She told me that he treat all the Jewish people who are coming. They are complaining from lices and insects in their hair, and they have scabies in the abdomen, and they were completely recovered from that. And after that, they stole in his house and kick him out to Gaza. We will come back, inshallah, to Yafa. We will come back. I agree with you. Gaza is collected all the Palestinian in here because they have قالوا قلنا, قالوا قلنا, قالوا قلنا.
Different accent, Palestinian.
Yes, different accent, but this collection is good. But everyone has to come back to his own home, inshallah. They saw that later, but we saw that as soon as possible. Really, I appreciate every moment I spent here in this Zoom. دكتورة كرامة الجزيرة يعني أخذتك منا شوية معلش.
معلش دكتور، بس والله أنت ساعدتني كتير. يعني I was just repeating what you said about what happened at Al Nasser Hospital.
Yes. You know, there is something I have to notificate for everyone. My friend, today, some people visited us. They belongs to Haaretz journalist. They want to make some estimation about Haaretz is Israeli journalist. They are try to detect about the malnutrition. What I discovered that they want someone who's not Palestinian, someone who's American, someone who's from United Kingdom, anyone to talk about the cases. So they take Dr. Tom and go downstairs. Dr. Tom said to them, I'm not here to talk about that cases because I don't know more details and more investigation about that. Dr. Ahmed knows everything. You have to talk with Dr. Ahmed. So they came to my office and want the permission to talk about that. I told Dr. Tom, you can talk. And we go downstairs. What I discovered later on, she's Ukrainian girl. I think she's Jewish. She told me, Doctor, if you make the Americans or European doctors to talk is better. This is make more real and more the voice will be more power. So my friend, please, anyone can visit us, can share us. He will be our voice either while he is here in Gaza.
No, Dr. Ahmed, if you don't mind. Dr. Ahmed, do you hear me?
Yes.
No, you should not accept this. You should refuse this. We refuse this, Dr. Ahmed. The only voice, the only truth that counts is your voice, not the white people, not the Jewish people. And honestly, fuck them all if they support this genocide or support this approach. Only your voice. No one should take any other truth other than your truth. You've been there, you were born there, you know everything about that place. Tom, with all my respect to Tom or anyone else who came here last week, his truth, it does not count more than you. You should not accept this. This is actually, as DAG, we take it very serious. And actually, they were trying, some people from our trying to have us connect them with you. And we said no, because we know they're going to whitewash their genocide. Now, Haaretz will come out, oh, those cool people are defending truth. No, they are not. And the audacity, the arrogance that she has, Ukrainian Jewish, coming to Gaza and asking a Gazan doctor that his voice, his truth does not count, as Tom, who's Polish Jew, who's also defending the right of Israel to exist, is disgusting. So please refuse this. We refuse this. No one can speak on your behalf. You should not allow it. We don't allow it. Thank you.
I indeed with you. So what we did, I was with Tom, and Tom was standing bedside to me, and I was the one who was talking, and Tom told her that I have nothing about that to say, because the doctor here who are dealing with that cases, and you have to listen to them. And that's what happened. But my
Please,
opinion,
next time, kick her out. Kick her out. But good, you're too nice. People in Gaza are too nice. Yeah, I would have kicked her out.
Yes, my opinion is sometimes the nurse from United Kingdom who visited us, I think 1 month ago, and make some videos about the reception room and the targeted people in the reception room. You remember her name? Karama?
The nurse?
She was nurse. She was putting some cover on her hair. She's from United Kingdom. She's speaking.
Nurse or doctor?
Nurse. She's nurse.
Not Dr. Rose?
Yes, she's nurse. She's Rose. Yes, she's not.
Oh, I thought she's a doctor. Victoria,
no,
right?
Yes, Rose Victoria. Yes.
Victoria Rose.
I think she's a plastic surgeon, I think.
She's doctor?
Yeah, she's a plastic surgeon.
Yes. Anyway.
She was on our webinar when you were with her.
Yes. Okay. This
came.
Yes, this doctor, her videos make a lot of views all over, because she's from in the site, and she's in the situation. I follow her videos. I follow her talking. I follow her videos. Were very simple and very easy, and they make a lot of trouble in United Kingdom, in European countries, in a lot of countries. This is my message, that sometimes we need someone yes, this is the point.
Yeah, no, and your point is well taken. Haaretz, though, does not have that right.
That's right.
Okay, Dr. Rose was there. She went back. She spoke to BBC. She spoke to all these, big things. But a journalist from Haaretz coming and saying to a doctor from Gaza, maybe it's better that the white guy speaks, is very offensive.
Yes, that's right.
She's rude.
It's very offensive. ولو
دكتور أحمد ما تزعلش مني، مع كل احترامي لك، وكحين يعني هذا ما بيصيرش الكلام. وهن اصلا في ضغوطات كثيره جايه عشان الفامن، بيحكوا لنا فيك ومش عارف شو، ففي ضغوطات من الويسترن ميديا تفوت على غزه وهارت حطت قصة إنها حكي مع بنت صغيرة وكانوا يسألوها ليش ما في أكل ومش عارف شو، وصارت تحط الحكي على حماس وبرضه فاكس دخلت، وفاكس قاعدة بتمسك الأولاد الصغار وبرضه بتحكي معاهم وبتخليهم يحكوا أشياء إنه you know what I mean. فيعني عن جد وقحين وديروا بالكم، ويعني الدكاترة من أمريكا اللي أصلا فهمانين بيعرفوا إن أصواتكم أهم إشي وما يعلى عن أصواتكم. ويعني إذا دكتور تام بده يحكي معاهم معلش، بس أنت لازم تكون جنبه. هذول يعني you don't trust them, you don't trust them, you don't trust them.
Yes, that's right.
دكتور أحمد إجوا على مكتبك شخصيا؟
Yes.
دخلوا على ناصر.
Look, I think she's not. I don't know if it is she is Jewish or not, but I discovered that she's from her accent that she's not Ukrainian. I think she's Jewish, but anyway, we are dealing over the table. We are deliver every information, every medical information about patient. Their concept that the malnutrition in Gaza is fake, and the malnutrition in Gaza is just secondary to a chronic disease. No, we approve that we have primary cases nearly 60% and 40% are secondary. And every video we are making about that, every explanation about that, we confirm it by investigation and by diagnosis and by the picture that the mother has for her child before starvation and after starvation. So everything is documented. We have to put our fingers in their eyes and to obligate them to accept that. If they don't accept that, it belongs to them. So
they just bombed Al Shifa Hospital's journalist tent just now. حقيرين يخرب
Dr.
بيت.
Ahmed, yeah, these are criminals. Just to build up on the point, just to make this clear, when I say your truth counts more than their truth, it's not because we're arrogant, it's not because we are racist, not because we see the Palestinian people as better than the Palestinians. We're not better than anyone, but we are not less than anyone else. But the value of this, why this is important. Do you know why we have been under occupation for 80 years? Do you know why there has been a genocide against us for 8 years? Because no one believed us. No one took us seriously. No one believed our truth. Your mother, what we was talking about Yafa, no one believed her. They only would believe things if it came through a Jewish or a white or a European guy or a European lady or person. The fact that we allowed this to happen is because they don't take us
as humans,
seriously, as equal human beings, even the ones who are on our side. I'm not talking about the criminal Zionists. I'm talking about the ones who claim to be on our side, or Ha'arts who claims to come to help us. Even them, they're still not taking our voice or our truth as the truth. I mean, why should a doctor who just came last week for a few days be the resource or the one who talks about what's happening in Gaza? Not Ahmed Al-Farra, who was born there. He's been a doctor there for 30 years. He knows every bed, every patient. You know, you don't know just the kids. You know their mothers, their fathers, their grandfathers, generations. So just the fact, we need to teach the world to listen to the victim, whether in Gaza, in Sudan, in Congo, not to listen to the white supremacists who want to come as a white savior or whitewash things. Then you are at their mercy. Some of them will say a lot, some of them will say a little, some of them might get emotional with you today, tomorrow they will change their mind. So this is a very important point to make. Tfadal.
Approved. Dania, when you see the video for the girl who tried to talk to them in Nasser Medical Complex or in Shifa or
it wasn't in a hospital. It was by one of the 8 sites. That was the one Haaretz, and then Fox just sent a journalist in. I'm forgetting his name because these videos make me so upset I don't even retain the information. they pulled a little girl on the side and they were asking her like her feelings, and she didn't blame everything on Hamas. She said that she's lost a lot of family members. It's been very hard to secure food. Just very, very general statements that anybody would make, right? If a journalist would come up to them. But the way they translated the video was that Hamas ruined our life. Hamas is impeding on our on things getting better. But I guess the positive to this is the public is waking up. In the comments, people were correcting him, and Arabic speakers were saying that's not what she said. People are waking up, but it's still, I think it's very dangerous, because we had a situation here. The New York Times, it published the story of that young child that has the muscular dystrophy, that they said it wasn't starving, and the Zionist lobby here bullied them, and the New York Times issued a correction for the story. And so there's just, you have to زي ما حكيت لازم تحط أصابعك بعيونهم، لأنه يعني they're just so good at lying, and they've been able to succeed at the world believing them that everything has to be documented. بس اللي حلو بالموضوع هذا إنه لما طلع وحطوا correction إن الولد كان مريض، صاروا يحكوا الناس يعني أنتوا يعني بتتباهوا إنكم بتجوعوا الأولاد اللي مريضين. That's how it looked when you say that when you put out a correction and say no, the child has muscular dystrophy, you're basically saying, oh no, we're just starving the sick children.
Yes.
It doesn't make you. It doesn't make you look any. It doesn't help your case. So you still look like the bad guy.
Yes. Yes. That's we are talking about the patient that they were talking about him, that he is complaining from hereditary disease about cystic fibrosis. أسامة الرقب.
لا واحد اسمه تاني كان هسه بطلع لك اسمه أظني محمد، هسه بحكي لك اسمه.
الدخان التي ترتفع في سماء هذه المنطقة جراء.
I mean, I'm listening to Al Jazeera Live now, talking about their attack on the Shifa hospital.
Anas.
So they killed 2 journalists. And
Anas Sharif.
Yeah, they killed 2 journalists and they damaged half the emergency room. This is part of the genocide. This is a proof. They want to kill the witness, the one who exposed their crimes, and also they want to destroy the healthcare system, because once people know that the hospital is not working anymore, it's easier to move them. They did this before with Kamal Adwan. They're doing it with Shifa now, because as Jihan said, they already gave orders for some neighborhoods in Gaza to start moving, and it seems they're coming closer to the Shifa hospital. So they thought if they destroy the hospital and kill the journalists, it will be easier for them to proceed more with their campaign to forcibly expel the residents from Gaza City. I mean, they are literally doing this again and again in front of the whole world, in front of our eyes. Yeah.
الله يرحمهم. Anas Sharif was one of the journalists who was really following the starvation situation.
They killed Anas?
They killed Anas. They killed Anas, who is Al Jazeera journalist.
قتلوا أنس؟
قتلوا
قتلوا
أنس؟
أنس؟
قتلوا أنس شريف.
قتلوا أنس؟
عن استشهاد مراسلي الجزيرة أنس الشريف.
Oh, you know them,
محمد القيقع جراء إسرائيلي على خيمتهم. طبعا معلوم بأن كانت هناك حملة
محمد القيقع
واسعة.
هي قتلوا أنس.
جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ضد مراسلي الجزيرة، وخاصة أنس الشريف.
أنس الشريف
يلتقى الآن مع زميله محمد القيقع، شهيدين
الله يرحمه
على مذبحة الحقيقة في قطاع غزة ونقل الصورة.
This is also for the American people. This is what your crimes, what your tax money is doing, killing innocent people, journalists. This is a call to the CNN, to Fox News, to the MSNBC, all the mainstream media in the United States and the West. Your colleagues are being
Go
killed.
screw yourselves.
Exactly.
وكان
Yes.
إشار إلى سماع
The only few journalists left in Gaza,
yourself.
they killed more than 250 journalists so far, and the only few left, they're going after them to kill them. While you say nothing about this, honestly, as Karama said, and multiply this by 100 times, it's just disgusting. This Western
محمد قليقع قبل أن يرتقي
superiority complex is just disgusting.
الذي تعرض
The Jewish impunity supremacy is disgusting. I mean, if your country has to be at war for 100 years to just be there, this means you don't belong in that area. Maybe just pack up your stuff and leave. Go to the hell where you came from, wherever you came from.
Of course, they're gonna say he's Hamas.
They can call what they can say whatever they want. Yeah, I mean, no one's buying their lives anymore. They just need to go to hell and go back to wherever they came from. I mean, their country is like a cancer in that region, like a foreign body causing constant inflammation and total destruction of human life. They've been the source of destruction for 100 years. The only explanation for all of this is they are a foreign body in that region. They don't belong. They just need to get out of there. That will buy the whole world a lot of peace and a lot of stability. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. It's been what, almost 5 hours now, and I know unfortunately we're finishing on even worse than we started now with this news. But we cannot give up. There are still more people who needs to be saved. There is still more victims, more patients, more children, more doctors, more journalists. We will not give up. I know their plan is for us to give up and to despair. That's why Jakar fihum, I don't know what Jakar means in English. We will not give up. We will be strong.
ايش معنى افلاس سياسي بالانجليزي يا نضال؟
Bankruptcy. It's a political bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy. Political bankruptcy.
This is political bankruptcy. This is what's happening. If they want to try to the truth not to be her voice is allowed. This is political bankruptcy, and I think again and again they are right. The end of their story, the end of Israeli states, by killing these innocent people like Anas al-Sharif and his friend. Yes, they will be.
The New York Times, the most Zionist paper, because they published a picture of a starving child. They're suing their ally,
I know
NYT.
that they make a lot of threat for him, and the minister, I think the stupid one whose name is not Smotrich, the other one, Ben-Gvir, make a lot of things about Anas Sharif, and even Adrai also make something about the media against Anas Sharif. So we expect that Anas Sharif will be the next target, but again, this is make them write the end of their story, because they try to hide in the truth. Everyone is talking. Everyone is try to talk about starvation, to talk about what's happening in Gaza. They want to kill the truth, but we have to remember our God says in the Quran, وتلك القرى أهلكناهم لما ظلموا وجعلنا لمهلكهم موعدا. If you make something to kill an innocent people like that, you will wait for your death as soon as possible. This is my opinion, and we are believing in that, and we hope that this will be the judgment of God will be as soon as possible in our life, and later on, inshallah. Thank you.
If you don't mind, let's all recite Al-Fatiha or any prayer of your choice لروحهم شهداء وروح كل استشهدوا في غزة. Anyone can pray the prayer that he chooses or just a moment of silence for them, please.
We don't have to give up. We have to continue because this is our
يمكرون ويمكر الله والله خير الماكرين. إن شاء الله كلها will backfire on them إن شاء الله.
يا رب يا رب.
The more savage they become, the more it tells that they are also kind of out of other strategies, out of better ways, and the more it tells that, as you said, Dr. Ahmed, their crime is coming to an end, and their regime is coming to an end, and they're getting exposed, and they are just digging a deeper hole to themselves, and inshallah it will all backfire on them.
Inshallah Rabbil Alameen.
I don't know how they are not horrified by themselves. Just
That's the definition of genocide. They don't feel it.
listening to what they're doing. Wallah, yani, an ant. You step on an ant in the street and you feel bad for like hours after. An insect in your house you don't kill. And you take it outside.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Kill children, men, young women, whole families, hospitals. Kill. What is this?
You don't get tired of killing, yeah?
What is this? I mean,
Right.
don't
Nazis.
they look at themselves in the mirror? What?
Nazis and Zionists, they don't have this moral insight. They don't have
They are barbarian. He said about barbarian, Netanyahu, he is the barbarian.
He's the barbarian. Yeah, he is the evil in this world.
He said this war against barbarian, he is the barbarian.
What do your colleagues say, Jihan, the journalists, about Anas? Anything new?
No, nothing. We have group with Gaza, with journalists of Gaza. They are shocked. But one day, a friend of mine, my colleagues, they said to me that they will kill him. They targeted all the journalists who are very active.
Yeah.
And also the journalists who covered what happened in October.
They don't want the truth to come out. They are doing this on purpose, yeah.
Of course.
It makes it easier for them to advance with their genocide, with their crimes, if there's no one there to expose it. So it's part of, they will just want to do the complete crime with no witnesses. So killing the journalists is one of them. Also killing the doctors and attacking the hospitals is also to kill hope in people. Because when people know the hospital is down, the lights are down, there's no place for them to go get help if they injured. The people moved. So this is all criminal, intentional, barbarian,
they want to hide.
Nazi, regime styles. And yeah.
They don't want anybody to know anything about what's happening, about their crimes. They won't hide everything. And Anas and Qariqa, they were very active.
ولا تحسبن الذين قتلوا في سبيل الله أموات بل أحياء عند ربهم يرزقون.
آمين.
يستبشرون بنعمة من الله وفضل وأن الله لا يضيع أجر
المؤمن. نعم.
الله يرحمهم.
إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. Yeah, but I mean, they consider all the Gentiles as less than animals. So this is how they think about us. This is to answer your question, Karama, why they are looking at us this way, why they are doing what they are doing.
I mean, it's not human. It's just not normal to just be in a killing spree for 2 years. Not just in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Syria, in
Not
Lebanon.
I know.
Kill, kill,
I
kill,
know.
kill, kill,
Below
kill, kill, kill.
animals.
Yeah.
What is this?
If you have
What is
animals,
this?
you will not do like this with animals at all.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Kill trees,
Yeah.
kill animals,
Yeah.
kill humans,
Yeah.
kill, destroy hospitals,
Babies.
destroy universities. What is this? لا
Yeah.
شو إمتى؟
And world is silent. I remember very well during Afghanistan when they destroy status of Boza. Oh, UNESCO talk, all the media
Oh,
talk about
yes,
this.
Janna.
And what's happening in Gaza? They bombed Masjid Omar, more than 1,000 years, this masjid. And they bombed the church. I think this church, second or third church in the world. Nothing, nobody talk about that. Nobody. They are, if anything come to Israel, they all silent.
Yeah, that's because
They are saying they
that's
give Israel the green light to continue.
yeah, that's because most of them are on the Epstein list.
Yeah.
They are blackmailing them.
And
They are
remember,
blackmailing them.
there are thousands of Epsteins out there. There's still Epstein is
There
the
is
only one
nothing
who
that
got discovered. There are
justifies
thousands of Epsteins
Yeah.
living
this.
now.
Even
Yeah.
if you have done whatever Epstein found on you,
Yeah.
nothing that
Yeah.
justifies,
I'm
standing like
talking
this while
about those politicians who are taking pictures with
I know
Netanyahu.
even the
Yeah.
politician.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah.
And I mean, as
Yeah.
Karama said,
Is your
They are
reputation more
they are
important
bought.
than
They are
what
either
you have?
bought with money or they are blackmailed.
Should I stop the recording, guys?
yeah, stop the recording.
Yeah.
5 o'clock, 5 hours. I think we finished. That's a record. Okay, stop the recording, please.
Because we're like chatting.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, everyone who stayed with us for so long, you are the warriors, the DAG warriors. We
Yeah.
still have 77 attendees with us.
86,
These are
I
like the
see.
hardcore.
Is it 77 or 86? Oh, 86 total, yeah.
77 people are still with us. Thank you for being the DAG warriors, and we'll see you next week, inshallah. And we will not let go. There is no stopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop the recording. Whoever wants to stay can stay.
Nothing will stop us. Nothing.
كيف بدي أوقف الريكوردينج؟ وين عيسى؟
There is
Are
a
you
way
the
to
host?
close.
Maybe you're the host.
Maybe I'm the host. Okay.
دبر حالك.
I'm not used to be the
You
host.
did it.
Why did you give it? Why did you give it to me without?
Without
I did not
consent.
destroy the whole thing. I was the host all the time without knowing.
Without
Okay.
consent.
So this is
يلا
what
الله
Israel is
يرحمه
doing.
الناس الله يرحمه محمد.
الله يرحمهم, yeah. This is what Israel is doing. Stop the recording so no one can witness their crimes. Now they can go and commit crimes without.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not killing anyone. That's the difference. Yeah. But as you said, I mean, even like as doctors, if you go to the hospital every day to do surgeries and save children, day in, day out, after a while you get tired. You get even bored or sick of it. Imagine yourself waking up every morning to go and kill more children. Bombs there, artillery there, shooting there. It's not normal.
It's unbelievable.
It's not normal. It's not human. I mean, I don't know what is it. Even if you hate them, even if they do deserve to be killed, I mean, you don't get tired of doing it after a while. I mean, you do get sick. Maybe for a change, let's do something else. Maybe, or let's take a break. These people are weird. They're not normal.
I mean, they post the IDF soldiers. They do post the killing
they enjoy it,
on
exactly,
social
yeah.
media, and they are celebrating it. I mean, like, what kind of people are those? I mean, who are celebrating? I mean, I know that war is a bad thing, but to celebrate the bombing and the killing of children and women and civilians, I mean, that tells you. That tells you what kind of immorality, of barbarism, of vicious people they are. They are not human. They are not human.
The military is a reflection of the society in which it functions, because that is who it pulls from. And whatever that genocidal military is doing is bolstered by rhetoric of civilians at home. Like that's just the reality of it. Every single person plays a part. And so all of those people living in what is now called Israel, those who oppose this, pack up all the food in your house and drive it to Gaza. Give them all your food. If you really want this over, take all the food out of your cabinets, drive it to Gaza. And let the Israeli military start killing their own with such bold conviction, with all the hand waving, and then let's see. But otherwise, until that starts to happen, the entire society is of that illness, is of that dehumanizing nature, because that military reflects what its society will support out of it.
Anyone who stands with Israel is not a human. Sorry. There is no way. There's no way you can be human and stand on the side of Israel doing this. Anyways, I have to go. I have a family from Gaza to host for dinner tonight, so who is evacuated. So she's a teenager, and I'm hoping that we will be able to take good care of her here. So, all right, ya Jama'a. Thank you so much. Good night. Good night, Dr. Ahmed. You have to sleep.
No, I'm thinking, Karama, if we are, you are talking something very, very important. Everyone is stand with Israel is against Palestinian. I'm thinking that Al Jazeera office is closed in the West Bank by the Palestinian Authority. You know, in a lot of journalists in Al Jazeera, they were targeted by the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, and they were investigated by Al-Amn al-Waqai and what you are doing here, something. This is make some big question. Is the Palestinian Authority with her people? You know, I'm working in the hospital 2 years. The only channel that that can deliver and that can notificate about everything happening in Gaza in the war is Al Jazeera. I don't have any experience with Al Jazeera before the war, but in the war they are the most honest and the most active and the most powerful channel that deliver everything about the war in Gaza. I don't have any political issues about Qatar or something like that. I don't like to be investigate about that. But our message as Palestinian, it's a big shame for us to close the office of Al Jazeera, while Al Jazeera is the only channel that try to make the truth is delivered all over the world. Even they are 24 hours focus on Gaza and what's happening in Gaza. It's a big shame for us that office of Al Jazeera is closed in the West Bank, and in the same time it was closed in many of Arabian countries, as it is the side of truth among the all medias and all TV or channels. This make us to know who's the enemy of Palestinian people. We have to know. I know a lot of medias, a lot of channels, a lot of TV. I dealt with most of them. The only one that tried to help, the only one that tried to participate what the Palestinian people is feeling about. The only channel that tried to make the Palestinian issue is among the world and try to deliver it for all the people all over the world by Jazeera English, Jazeera Arabic, Al Jazeera Mubashir is Al Jazeera and her members. So the only channel that a lot of her members were targeted and executed is Al Jazeera. This is by statistics. But again, we have to ask ourselves why as European government or Palestinian Authority, they are fighting Al Jazeera in the same time that Israel fighting that channel. I don't forget that Ben-Gvir 3 or 4 weeks he were in the street and he asking, is someone here belongs to Al Jazeera? He want to fight with him and to make a struggle with him. And they told him, no one from Al Jazeera. This is make a big question about who we are dealing with. This is my impression. Thank you.
Yani it's like, let's say they have something that it's just that the assassination of people while they are non-suspecting is so cowardly. It's just like, what, oh, this is Hamas. We just killed him and all his family. This is whatever. We just killed everybody around them. What gives them the right? Who gives them the right? I mean, let's say they hate Al Jazeera. They don't like it. It's not normal. It's not okay. You don't kill journalists.
Yes.
Our Palestinian Authority is not working for the Palestinian people. When did they do anything for us?
No. Indeed. Yes,
They are
right.
part of the Arabic regime.
Yes. And the bad one.
Oh.
Here I remember Hassan Slayh. Hassan Slayh, he one of the journalists and he was active in media. He was a friend. He's a good guy. He's he was targeted on tent on Nasser Medical Complex, and then he was admitted in the hospital because his hand injury. A lot of fingers was cut, and he was undergone a lot of operation. And while he was in the hospital, then they targeted him in the hospital while he was injured, and they killed him. So this is again, who's give you the responsibility to kill someone who's journalist? Okay, while he's injured, he's in the hospital. He should be safe in the all ethnics, all rights, all over the world. This is the first time to listen about a government that killing someone injured inside the hospital while he is inside his bed. Hassan Slayh is a famous story that we have to remember the world and to talk about him every day and every night, because he was just in the hospital receiving his drugs. I know him very well. He was waiting for another plastic surgery and they murdered him and execute him. Who's giving them that authority? Who's giving them to kill someone and to make someone alive? I think they are also writing the end of their state and the end of their story. Inshallah, hope so as soon as possible.
Dr. Ahmad Mansour, he was one of our team. He was volunteers. He also, they killed him in the tent in Nasser Hospital.
Yes.
Ahmad Mansour, the tall, yes.
Yes, I remember him. I remember him.
And Hassan injured with him in this time.
Yes. Allah yarhamhum
Burn him live. They burned him.
Yes, I remember him while he was sitting on the chair. He was yes.
He one of our team. Yes, he was
I
one of.
know. I know his wife, and I think he has a daughter and son, and they. I'm treating them in hospital. I think his wife from. I don't remember the family. I will. But Allah yarhamah.
Allah yarhamah.
Okay, thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much. لا يمل دكتور الفر عن جد. You know what, that we're all staying here because of you.
Yes, thank you.
We just want to talk to you and stay with you and not ever leave you ever.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
A lot of love, and inshallah, we will see you soon. We cannot get enough of spending time with you.
God bless you. God bless every one of you.
Okay.
Allah يحميك.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.